I mean, that's basically it, you know? Like, even I mean, to be fair, they are landlords, right? Like, imagine that there's another mythical person that's not a landlord, but is just a high-earning employee, right? They still sell their labor for a wage at the end of the day. You know, they may be upper middle class, but they're still not the bourgeois in Marxist terms.
Oh, whoops. Naughty. Right. Oh, right. Let's bring this up.
And I'm just like, who cares? It's feeding children, right? Sorry. I'll start that a little bit again. I'm just gonna do a TikTok here. Like, whenever you mention to people that we should have universal free school meals, the response you get all the time is, well, I don't want to pay my taxes to feed the kids of rich parents. And I'm just like, who cares? You're feeding kids at the end of the day, right? And I have gone through so many arguments about, well, the infrastructure is already in place, it doesn't cost that much to extend it, and there's a difference between how kids will be perceived who do get free school meals, who don't. That creates a class disparity. You should want to be inclusive. And every time I say these things, no matter how correct my arguments are, because they are correct and means testing is bad, and I am the oracle, but nevertheless, right, you never actually...
You'll never listen to Helena. You know that.
...with the people whose minds I'm trying to change. But there is one argument that is basically irrefutable, right? When you ask these people who think we should only be means testing free school meals and all things, right? Ask them, should we means test the school bus? The school bus is universal, is provided universally. Every child gets access to transport to school in the form of the school bus, right? Should we means test the school bus? Obviously everybody says no. Well, if that's the case, there's no reason for means testing free school meals. It's as simple as that. And also, like, rich parents are also taxpayers. Rich parents also pay council tax. Like, I don't have any children. I am never going to have children, right? I contribute to the social contract just as much as everybody else does, right? I'm not arguing here I should pay for nobody's kids. I should have any amount of tax that I pay taken away from the education budget, or indeed from the local authority budgets for any provision for school children, right? Of course I don't, because I recognise that society cannot function without a future generation of people to work and contribute to society, right? I understand that. But even when it comes to that, why on earth should we means test it so I'm not paying for the school meals for rich parents when it would cost negligibly more? And of course, why would we do that when we wouldn't means test the fucking school bus, right? Like, they're kids at the end of the day. Just feed them, take them to school, make them good students for the future of the country. I got a free bus to school every... Have things changed? I got a bus to school for free every day when I was a kid. Maybe it's because did I live more than 3 miles? I didn't live more than 3 miles away. Has that changed recently?
As if you live under a fucking reform council.
Children of compulsory school age qualify for free school transport if they go to their nearest suitable school and any of the following apply. The school is more than 2 miles away and the child is under 8, and the school is more than 3 miles away and the child is 8 or over. There's no safe walking route between the home and the school. They cannot walk there because of their special educational needs or disabilities or mobility problems. So like fucking half the kids. Just fucking don't... Why are we means testing this shit, you know?
Yeah. All disabled kids get free school travel here.
It's 5 miles in Staffordshire now? Oh, that was the reform thing, wasn't it? I've most recorded TikTok from the 1980s. Clearly, my experience... Clearly, I've just like not paid it... I mean, to be fair, I don't have kids. I never intend to have kids, right? So maybe that's why my knowledge on this one was lacking. Because I just literally hadn't ever not gotten a free bus to school. Although I think it was because there was no suitable walking, maybe, at the schools that I went to. What the fuck has happened to this country? Oh my god.
Neoliberalism.
He always walks, you never knew. Thank you for the 5 week, I appreciate the support. Somebody said I've recorded a TikTok of the 1980s. Clearly I have.
Oh,
I can't be...
hang on. Hang on, is that you, John? Give me a minute. I'm going over at my stream manager now. I was still watching Helena.
Hang on. Hang on.
Oh, idiot. Oops. Give me my chat. Come on. Give me my chat. That is you, John. I got free school travel. I got free bus. But I was disabled. In my secondary... I was walking distance to my secondary school, literally like a quarter of a mile. It was literally stone chucking distance if you... maybe javelin throwing. But for secondary school I got a bus. Because where I lived and where my secondary school was up a fucking horrible hill. The position at Perth is stupid. It's built on a floodplain surrounded by hills. Don't get me wrong, absolutely gorgeous. Love Perthshire. Absolutely brilliant place. Beautiful place. But the place where the 2 main secondary schools were was at the top of a fuck-off hill. And because of my arthritis, my other mobility issues, I couldn't walk up that bastard hill. And because they fucked up in the first 2 months of me starting secondary, I had to walk up that fucking hill. I had to leave my house at 7:45 to make sure that I got in time. Did you? Nice one, Fuzzmuzz. Because I have nephews and other younger children under the age of 17 here in Scotland, Perth and here in Glasgow, all they get free bus travel for disabled kids. Those 2 months walking up that fucking hill, God, nearly done me in. You have to remember that we started school in August, so August, September, October. I didn't get it until after the October break, the October weekend essentially. After that, so it was starting to get cold and it was stoating it. They apologised, Perth Academy apologised to my mum for that one. Sorry. She's on the minibus now. If you want to take a look, it's called Fairies Road. It is evil. Fuck it, well, I'll bring it up. I'll show you Fairies Road. Okay, images. Fairies Road. Perth. Images. Oh God. I just want them. I don't want the views. What the hell? Oh, that's that stupid gated community just next to the school. That's not right. Perth, Scotland. There we go. Okay, Google Maps. Google Maps? Oh God, have they still not fucking fixed that bit? God, that's bringing back fucking memories. This is essentially, there's no such thing as private land here. Well, there is, but they can't deny us access. When I was in second year, I got beat up on this road. This is a shortcut, so if you go round here, it's basically a bridle path. You come out at a side gate next to, between two really old houses. So my school is basically over here to the right of this image. Nee. And flashbacks to that fucking now, Christ. So you've got Viewlands Road that goes up from the city centre, well, just at the hospital, Perth PRI. Then you go up, then off to the left, you go up Fairies Road, you go halfway up that to that path, and go round to get to my school instead of going up the rest of the hill. Because that bit's a little bit flatter because it got flattened down and it's someone's land. They sometimes grow plants and stuff there. Like, there's people that hire it. Rejoice, comrades, parkour's language. Hi, parkours. Mine was a rather nice minibus that I got, Fuzzmuzz. Let's see. Oh, Christ. That might be fun. Let's see what else is there. Go away, Patrick Christie. You're a wank. Oh, I'm not listening to the whole show. I might actually just try and find a section on it from him. cover this.
2 hunger-striking remand prisoners linked to Palestine action have now entered a critical state after having refused food for well over 2 months. 31-year-old Hiba Maraisi has not eaten for 72 days. That's a little over 10 weeks. Maraisi is now reportedly suffering from muscle spasms, breathlessness, severe pain, and a low white blood cell count. Friends who have visited her say she has at times even lost the ability to speak. Her memory is also said to be in decline. She's been...
Oh. Just because I lived in a town outside Edinburgh. Just in the road. Ah! We were council tenants, so where I was, when we first moved back up to Perth after my mum and dad got divorced, the house that I grew up in from when I was at nursery. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Was actually closer to my secondary school than it was to my primary. So my mum moved us. She applied for another council house, same sort of, the 2 bedroom, blah blah blah, same sort of dimensions kind of. So she moved us closer so I could get to primary school. Which put me at the other end of the hill to where my secondary was. But we crossed that bridge when we got to it. Ugh. That's better. Rejoice, comrades, resident philosopher. Hi, Scribby. In fact, you know what, I'll go back to the beginning because I can actually explain things here. Take it away,
200
Adam.
striking remand prisoners linked to Palestine action have now entered a
school.
critical state after having refused food for well over 2 months. 31-year-old Hiba Maraisi has not eaten for 72 days. That's a little over 10 weeks. Maraisi is now reportedly suffering from muscle spasms, breathlessness, severe pain, and a low white blood cell count.
Right, what happens to the human body when we starve ourselves or we're deliberately starved? We start eating into our fat deposits that are shielding the organs inside us. And it starts wearing down the myelin sheaths that basically cover, it's like so your nerves, just think of them like electrical wire, and the myelin, the sheet, the fat shield around it's like the just like the wire covering essentially. So that starts to break down as well, which means the nerves aren't contained well and the signals get jumbled or get missed. Essentially, that's what happens with me. But my nerves are damaged inside their shielding. So you start eating into yourselves, and the low white count is your immune system trying to find any little bit of energy to keep the body going. It is truly disgusting, and when they stop doing the hunger strike, they have to be very, very careful. You can't stun the system with food straight away, because that's what happened to people when they got released from the concentration camps. And fucking, oh god, what was his name? Mengele. He was studying that as well. He was deliberately starving. He was fascinated with twins and triplets and stuff. And some of them were tortured like that. And what happened, because they were so fucking desperate, these people had been starved essentially for 2-3 months, some of them. They just gorged themselves, which overloaded the system, stunned their probably most of the GI tract actually, but the lower GI tract, like your stomach, uh, your intestines, your kidneys, uh, your liver can recover quite quickly, but the rest of the rest of the GI tract basically got stunned, like it just been battered, and they either explosive vomiting or nasty, horrible diarrhea, basically stripping what little things were left in the system, in the intestines. And the kidneys get stunned. You have to be really, really fucking careful if you've been starved like that. So what essentially happening to these people is basically the government's torturing them. That's the way I'm seeing it. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, if you've been starving for so long, the body went into shock, because if you just went straight away, like, just taking these people to like an all-you-can-eat buffet, and you're basically killing themselves, because the system is basically being stripped, essentially, of all its nutrients. And in some cases, parts of their organs and stuff had started to break down quite badly, and the body just went, fuck this, and shut down, like, large organ failure and everything. A few of them did die after that. They were obviously part of the Nazi death count. Oh yeah. I have to be careful. But yeah, you can. You have to. They'll have to be careful. But yeah, their systems are currently breaking down. Your body's eating itself, and the nerve signals, because they've not had the required nutrients to actually function. It's either garbled signals going through the nerves. The core gets protected, so lots of your circulatory system on the extremities, they all get shrunk back into the core, into the centre of the body, essentially, to protect the organs. So these are usually the first things to start not working correctly. And because you're not getting the necessary nutrients, the old brain starts breaking down as well. And the spinal fluid starts to turn into, think of it as like diesel. It's getting frozen, it's turned to sludge. There's meant to be a certain amount of viscosity to it and things like that, but it literally just starts clumping. Ugh. Eek. Well, when I got my gallbladder removed, my appetite just nosedived, went off a cliff. Hasn't been the same since. 14 years ago? Yeah, it was the coalition government. Was it the actual year of the... It might have been 16 years ago, actually. Years ago? 15 or 16 years ago, I got my gallbladder removed. And over the space of 1 month, I repeat, 30 days, I lost 4 stone. My mum was panicking. Gallbladder is useless.
Friends who have visited her say she has at times even lost the ability to speak. Her memory is also said to be in decline. She's been admitted to hospital 3 times over the past 9 weeks, imprisoned in Newhall Prison in West Yorkshire, Morisi was arrested in November 2024. She's charged with criminal damage over the role she is alleged to have played in a Palestine action against an August 2024 Elbit Systems site in Filton, having now spent some 40...
Protein. Not too much protein, but protein. If you're vegan or vegetarian, protein powder works. But what I do, because I need the protein because my muscles are wearing away, and I need it to bolster my muscles and my bones and stuff. So I eat meat. Quite a lot of chicken. I like my beef, don't get me wrong. I can't eat pork that much. Like pork joints and stuff. Pork chops, don't know. Too chewy, my jaw's falling to bits.
Months in prison, Morisi has yet to be convicted or even charged of a single crime, and isn't set to face trial until summer at the earliest. That means that, if she survives, she'll have spent at least 18 months, possibly even 2 years, in prison without a trial. Also on hunger strike is 28-year-old Kamran Ahmed, who has not eaten for 65 days, just over 9 weeks. He's held at HMP Pentonville in central London. Ahmed was also arrested in November 2024 for his alleged role in the Elbit action, where £1 million worth of damage to the weapons company's property is alleged to have been carried out. He too has been on remand in prison for almost 14 months and won't face trial until much later this year. Again, that's at the earliest. Ahmed was taken to hospital for the 7th time last week, where doctors said his heart has shrunk, his muscles are shrinking, they're atrophying, with his heart rate slowing to 40 beats per minute. An emergency doctor who is advising the hunger strikers says he believes Morisi and Ahmed have reached a critical phase in which death and irreversible health damage are increasingly likely.
For these two, especially Morisi, there's probably going to be permanent damage done to her organs. There might already be permanent damage done to the guy as well in Pentonville. Yes. Fun. I despise my government. I really do hope they get a bloody nose. That Senate poll. Oh, yes. Yes. Labour, you are monsters. The lovely Justice Secretary, can you hear me? David Lammy! Release these people now, or take them to court.
Morisi has recently replied to questions from Al Jazeera via a friend. This is just some of what she said. Physically, I am deteriorating as the days go by. I no longer feel hunger. I feel pain. I don't think about my life. I think about how or when I could die. But despite this, mentally, I've never been stronger, more determined, and sure, most importantly, I feel calm and a great sense of ease. Even though the risks may be lifelong consequences or a devastating end, I think it's important to fight for justice and for freedom. I'm choosing to continue this because the first time in 15 months, I'm finally being heard. On her conditions in prison, Morisi said this. Since concentrating has become gradually more difficult, I can no longer read like how I used to, so I now listen to the radio a lot. I love music and it's a shame I can't get the CDs I want, but nonetheless, I'm grateful to have some songs playing. Morisi has also accused the prison of blocking her access to news from the outside world, in particular, news of Palestine, where she has family. She told Al Jazeera this. Anything Palestine-related, including the book We Are Not Numbers, an anthology of emerging writers from Gaza, has been deemed inappropriate. I rely on those I call for news. The hunger strike, which currently involves 2 other prisoners, is the largest coordinated hunger strike in British prisons since the famous 1981 May's hunger strikes of Irish Republican prisoners in Northern Ireland, that of course was led by Bobby Sands. Of the 10 who died during that strike, 8 passed away before reaching the 70-day mark. 2, Kevin Lynch and Kieran Doherty, lived for 71 and 73 days, respectively. A reminder, Hiba Maraisi will soon have been on hunger strike for 73 days. The hunger strikers are demanding bail, the right to a fair trial, and the de-prescription of Palestine Action. In July last year, the group was designated a terrorist organisation, putting it in the same category as ISIS and Al-Qaeda. The group's co-founder, Huda Amori, has been fighting that prescription in court, with a ruling on her judicial review of the then Home Secretary Yvette Cooper's decision to prescribe the group imminent. Over 2,700 people have also been arrested following protests over the prescription, simply for holding up signs saying, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." Since the prescription of the group, publicly expressing support for Palestine Action is a crime under the Terrorism Act. The prison...
Not a crime, it's direct action. I'll give you trespass. Criminal damage. They're not a terrorist group. Damn. Like I say, our government are fucking monsters. Well, technically, Scrippy is a lawyer. Is he a KC? He must be a KC. He studied law at, was it Yale or Harvard? I can't remember. I want to say Yale. So he's got one from here in Britain, then he got sent over and done the rest over in the States. So technically, I think... No, once you take the silk, you're always a KC or QC before when we had Lizzie. But once you've got the silk, unless you do something deeply, like gross misconduct in the job or something, you usually keep the silk until... I'd strip him of it. And like I say, separate legal system up here. Thank fuck.
Prisoners are also demanding an end to what they call censorship in prison, accusing authorities of withholding mail, calls and books since the prescription of Palestine Action, which came months after their arrests. Nor have any of the hunger strikers been charged under terror law. Finally, the hunger strikers are calling for all Elbit sites to be closed in the UK. One already has. The Bristol site of the Israeli arms manufacturer that was targeted by Palestine Action was shuttered late last year, several years before its lease was due.
I knew Patel was. I keep on forgetting that Braverman's a fucking barrister. Is she a KC as well? Christ's sake. Correct, darling. I'm trying to think who else is lawyers. Emily, she's a KC, so she should know better as well. So there we go. We've got Starmer, Thornbury, Lammy, Pretty Patel, and Cruella. Fucking hell.
To end. And what of Elbit? While British citizens are remanded in prison for what seems like eternity, branded as terrorists for holding signs, and literally dying of hunger to secure the basic rights of prisoners who've not yet been found guilty of a single crime, Elbit has been having a bumper genocide. Its profits have risen sharply from late 2023 onwards, as it, presumably, fed the insatiable demands of the Israeli military. In 2025, the company's gross profits were over $1.8 billion. That was up 10% on its more than $1.6 billion profit the year before. And in November last year, it signed an international contract worth $2.3 billion, though it doesn't say with which country. More kids sniped from drones coming to a war zone near you. Kieran, the context of what's going on here with the Palestine Action hunger strikers and that comparison to what we saw in the early 1980s with Irish Republican hunger strikers is really critical, because in the early 1980s,
Hi, Kim.
those hunger strikes were viewed as a national story, but also a global story. We covered Iran earlier on today in the show. There is a road, there's a
I've got the
street
chat
named
too
after Bobby
small.
Sands, one of those hunger strikers, in Tehran. But it only seems that this has really percolated up the news agenda, domestically at least, in the last couple of weeks. Why is that?
Well, I'll come to that in a moment. I don't want to sound too mawkish. This is an analysis
Fair.
show, after all. But I think, Aaron, that the people in Gaza have for a very long time been the conscience of the world. And I think that these hunger strikers and all people associated with actions related to Palestine action who are in prison
Hi, idiosyncrasy.
have been the conscience of
Hi,
this
Davinia.
country. You really have to be armor-plated to deal with the hypocrisy, the level of hypocrisy here. On the one hand, you have the historical role that Britain played in the destruction of Palestine. And then you have the role that's played pivotally in the present, so the profiteering economically.
We can move on to that next if you want. I forgot about that. I can't remember. Did I put it in my watch later? I'll check my watch later, but if I didn't, I'll just go into their channel.
Pointed it out with the image on screen there. The profiteering economically, the diplomatic cover that's given to the Israeli government.
No pressure to stay, darling, honestly. Yeah, funny that. Remind me again, they are meant to be there to represent us, aren't they?
But the unwillingness to abide by international law or cooperate with investigations under the rubric of international law. The condemnation of human rights abuses only when our enemies do it. The lesson is very clear. If you hide behind the aegis of the state and you ally yourself with the West, you can murder children and still be received in central London for cocktails and canapes. If you take peaceful, direct action to prevent more children being murdered, the British state will arrest you, throw you in prison, prevent you from reading the books you want to read, and keep you there without bail or trial for many, many, many months and indeed years. I do believe that whatever happens, Aaron, to Palestine in the future, these people will one day be regarded in the same way that we now regard the suffragettes, and that Lammy, Starmer, Yvette Cooper will either be forgotten entirely or will be deplored as the Edwardian reactionaries that opposed the suffragettes are now deplored. And to your point about Bobby Sands and streets being named after people, if Palestine is ever free, it's an if, we'll work towards it, there will be streets named after these people and there will be statues built in their honour. Why it's lower down the agenda, I think that the state has gone into absolute overdrive along with its outriders in the media to reflect the interests and the will of the Israel lobby and to strangulate and suffocate at every opportunity the appropriate level of coverage for something as seismic as is happening right under our noses right now. That's my view. I think it has everything to do with the power and the deeply embedded nature of the Israel lobby. And I think that it's being reflected in the way that institutions act, media, state, and otherwise.
This point about the Israel lobby, I think, is so key. You know, if you look at Britain and you look at the United States and how they relate to Palestine, Israel, Iran, it is so unique. Let me give you one example. Meng Wanzhou, the daughter of the CEO of Huawei, is arrested in 2018. She's arrested. Imagine the daughter of Bill Gates being arrested by the Chinese. She's arrested in Canada, and they're trying to get her extradited to the United States to face charges. Why? Because Huawei had some kind of shell company in Iran that was building telecommunications infrastructure in the country. That sounds quite strange, right? To go around arresting the daughter of the CEO, you can buy a Huawei phone in this country, right? Very, very strange. Now, why is that happening? Iran isn't that important, right? Well, it kind of is. If you have a very powerful domestic lobby, which seeks regional hegemony in West Asia, but also views this other country, whatever you think of Iran, as a major obstacle with regards to what they want to do regionally, but also in the West Bank and in Gaza. Whatever your views, and of course in Lebanon as well. Whatever your views on that. Then you look at Britain. We've criminalised people holding signs. Now, if you hold a sign saying, I support Palestine, comma, action is needed, that's legal. Move the comma one word and you could be banged up for a few months. Minimum, by the way. You wear a T-shirt with Palestine action, you're facing 6 months. This isn't normal, right? So why is it happening? And I think the only explanation, why are we arresting, or why is the United States arresting daughters of CEOs? Why are we essentially banging up people for 6 months for wearing the wrong T-shirt? I think it can all be located in the same place, which is the Israel lobby. Now,
Yeah. Yeah. It's... They're not fucking terrorists. Oh, yeah, don't worry, darling. Thank you for dropping by, though. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. Support the hunger strikers. Catch you later, my dear.
people might say that's anti-Semitic, it's a dog whistle. No, it's a very sophisticated, coordinated accumulation of power by a very sophisticated, highly intelligent political apparatus in a foreign state trying to maximise its own perceived interests. The most predictable thing in the world, right? By the way, many states do that. The most predictable thing in the world, but it shouldn't be undermining the civil liberties of people in this country. Of course these people should be on bail. The idea that you could be held for 2 years without being charged on remand is outrageous. And I've seen people, the same people who would support Lucy Connolly, who got 30-odd months, right, for a tweet. I don't think if she should have gone inside, it should have been for a very short, sharp shock. The same people saying how outrageous that are saying it's fine for people to be on remand for 2.5 years. Well, we know they did it. That's not how it works. That's not how the rule of law works. We'll be fair and have the rule of law, but just the people we like. No, it has to also apply to the people you don't like, otherwise it can't work. The point is it's equality under the law for everyone. That's why it's the law. Kieran, any final thoughts on...
Do you think these ghouls give a fuck about that, Anne?
This story, and I agree with you, by the way. These are people who will... I'm not a hyperbolic person on this stuff, right? I'm actually quite a sceptical person. I think these people are genuinely going to go down as individuals fighting for civil liberties in this country. I do believe that. I think eventually somebody is going to repeal the Terrorism Act because it's a ridiculous piece of legislation. It shouldn't be used like this. And I think if these people pass away or endure long-term health consequences, I think people rightly will recognise their role in getting rid of an appalling piece of legislation.
I find the reflection, Aaron, is that everything you say about the Israel lobby I agree with. I think that the Israel lobby has become much more important to the survival of the state of Israel in the past 20 years. And so that is almost said by me as a form of encouragement to people, as strange as that might seem. They are getting increasingly desperate because they used to be able to rely on their international reputation and romantic myth that was built up around them very diligently when the nation state was itself built, that's evaporated for various reasons we won't go into now. So they're having to lean much more heavily on the apparatus of the Israel lobby, and they're having to beef that up exponentially and pack it with as much wherewithal as possible as a means of survival. So although it seems like actually, muscle, there's no way of breaking through this, they've got a grip on all sorts of powerful institutions in the West, and unfortunately, the sorts of things we're discussing now, the consequences of that in the short term, I actually think we ought to see it in the longer term as a sign of weakness. Because Israel can't rely on its traditional romantic Hasbara anymore. That's gone forever.
100%.
That's genuinely gone forever. So, the blowfish, puffed out, but actually pop it very easily.
I do think the biggest threat to civil liberties and freedom of speech in the West is actually the Israel lobby. Sorry, I do.
Okay. Declassifying UK. There it's there. Oh my god.
Why are you a friend of Israel after they've committed genocide in Gaza? Why are you still a friend of Israel? That man is a minister. You're stopping me interviewing a minister.
It's on private property. That's why.
We have a free press in this country.
Yeah, not on private property.
Extraordinary. One of the most influential pro-Israel lobby groups is about to sit down for lunch.
Ooh. Nice one, Scribby. Correct idiosyncrasy. Yeah.
With a select group of Labour MPs at a luxury hotel in the heart of London. The MPs are going to start walking over from the Houses of Parliament across the river and into the venue behind me. But the full attendance list won't be published. So to find out who is still a friend of Israel after 2 years of genocide in Gaza, we're waiting outside, ready to question Labour politicians as they go in. Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you heading for the Labour Friends of Israel
Yes,
lunch?
we are, yes.
Are you still a friend of Israel?
Absolutely.
Even after they've committed genocide in Gaza?
What I'd say to you is
Yeah.
that being a friend of Israel necessitates being a friend of Palestine. And the only way we're ever going to get peace in the region is if we have two states.
So you're a friend of Palestine, are you?
Absolutely,
Who's funding the
I
lunch
am.
today? Who's paying for your lunch today? That was the chair of Labour Friends of Israel. He's gone out there recently to meet with President Isaac Herzog, who the
Yes, no such thing as a free lunch. Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Fuzmas.
UN Commission of Inquiry has said incited genocide.
It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about
Look, a
civilians
monster.
not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true.
Walking next to the LFI chairman, Mark Seawards, was Steve Yem, the Labour MP for Mansfield. While Seawards claimed that he was a friend of Palestine and supported a two-state solution, the group reacted negatively when Keir Starmer finally recognised Palestine in September. LFI said, "We strongly disagree with the decision to recognise a Palestinian state at this point." Hi, Luke Akehurst. Phil Miller from Declassified. Are you going to the Labour Friends of Israel lunch?
God, he's getting as red as fucking, shit, I can see him. Menser. You might need to go and beat her, but you've. I think you might have high blood pressure there, Mr. Akehurst. No one is meant to be that fucking red.
Do you know who pays for this lunch? Who funds the organisation? Why are you taking hospitality from an organisation that isn't transparent about its funding? Do you think you're considering...
Oh, little Francois. No, that's Luke Akehurst. Yeah, he's off your head as well, isn't he? His cholesterol might be high as well.
Constituents will have trust in you if you take opaque hospitality. Why are you still a friend of Israel after they've committed genocide in Gaza? So that was the Labour MP Luke Akehurst, but before he was elected to Parliament last year, he ran a pro-Israel lobby group called We Believe in Israel. He was very influential in the right wing of the Labour Party, in the movement that helped get Starmer installed as leader, and he was then parachuted into a safe seat in the north of England, miles from where he'd ever lived.
I think we are safe in saying that there is no such thing as a safe seat now for any of them. I don't think my Labour MP is going to survive, really. If you want to check out her voting record, please feel free to do so. Her name is Maureen Burke. I check it every now and again to see how she's voting. She seems to be sticking to the party line, which is dog shit. You're meant to be representing us, Maureen. Thank you. Edward Lee, Lord of the Gammons.
He's now an MP. Within minutes of our arrival, the hotel security complained about us to the police, who already seemed to be on high alert, and they started to move us further away from the hotel. So we're just waiting at the end of Westminster Bridge. You can maybe hear Big Ben in the background. It's a very busy part of central London. There are lots of tourists coming over the bridge as well. But it's surprisingly easy to spot the politicians as they stand out, not just because of the way they're dressed, but when they see the cameras, they start to look quite nervous. And obviously then when I ask them if they're going to the Labour Friends of Israel lunch, they walk even quicker than they have been already, which suggests that this is maybe something they don't want their constituents to know they're involved with. Peter Kyle, Phil Miller from Declassified UK. Why are you a friend of Israel after they've committed genocide in Gaza?
Some Labour MPs. Oh, for fuck's sake, so is mine, by the way, Fuzzmas.
Why are you still a friend of Israel? That man is a minister.
The amount of disabled people that live in her constituency is truly shocking, and she wanted to do that to us? Fuck off.
Extraordinary. So that was the Labour MP Peter Kyle, who's actually the government's trade minister, and he's the man responsible for allowing arms exports to Israel to continue. You saw there he was rushing into the venue and the police stopped me from asking him questions about that. But he is the man responsible, for example, allowing F-35 fighter jet parts to continue to be sold from Britain to Israel via the US. And those fighter jets have been used to massacre civilians in Gaza repeatedly. Hi, I'm Phil Miller from Declassified. Are you going to the Labour lunch? The Labour Friends of Israel lunch? Are you a friend of Israel after what it's done in Gaza?
Hi there.
Doesn't bother you?
Hello.
Hi there.
Please. Please.
You're stopping us interviewing politicians?
No, it's a private property, that's all.
Right.
Okay? That's all.
So all this is private?
Yeah.
Okay. So the free press can't operate here? Can't interview people about why they...
I noticed that he's a whip. He's an assistant whip. If anyone's curious to find out, I can show you how the whip system works. I can give you a brief overview of it if you like. So, no whip, vote your conscience, blah blah blah. Basically, you make that saying you follow whatever your constituents want. One line whip the government, if this is for the backbenchers, by the way, so the government backbenchers, one line whip, 2-line whip. The party and the government urge you strongly to do it. 3-line whip, do it or else. Remember when Boris nuked his own fucking majority? That was a 3-line whip because, and he just booted tons of them out. That's what most of these some of this legislation has been. It's been 3-line whips because they're authoritarian bastards. They're meant to be there representing us. Most of the time, the Labour backbenchers aren't, and they're falling in line, following whatever the party line is. I will say again, most of the backbenchers is fucking monsters as well, including mine.
They're supporting the genocide. Are you still a friend of Israel?
I'm a friend of Israel. I support a
Oh,
negotiated
it's
two-state
Louise
solution.
Ellman.
This is the only way to resolve the legitimate case of both peoples, the Israelis and Palestinians.
Who's paying for the lunch today? Who funds Labour Friends of Israel? They're quite opaque with their funding, aren't they? So we just had a chat there with Dame Louise Ellman. I believe she's a former chair of Labour.
Well, you have to remember they've got their lead puppet up here, who's going to be First Minister, don't you know? No, he's not. You're polling third. Get wrecked. And please, Fuzzmas, because you're up here, do what Helena suggested and what I'm going to be doing. SNP for the constituency and Green for the list. There is ones where there is 2 seats, the other side of the river, that the Scottish Green Party, the Glasgow branch, are targeting essentially because they think they can get actual constituency MSPs for them, which will be fun, which will be fucking amazing. So there's 2 seats here in Glasgow. I'm sure it's 8 throughout Scotland that they're going to try and get actual constituencies. We'll fight, we will see, don't worry. The next branch meeting's on Saturday. Excellent, Fuzzmas.
Friends of Israel, a very senior member of the group. She's been out to Israel during the genocide to meet with Israel's President Isaac Herzog, who's been accused of genocide by the UN Commission. She claims this is all about supporting a 2-state solution. She didn't answer my questions about who was paying for the lunch today.
Perhaps a clue lies with this man, who we believe to be Sir Victor Blank. A former chairman of Lloyds Bank, he was reported to have supported LFI many years ago. He did not respond to a request for comment via email. With police and security obstructing us, we had to film from further away, behind a wall. From this vantage point, we saw 6 other MPs and a member of the House of Lords entering the hotel. While we couldn't be certain that everyone filmed from this angle was attending the LFI lunch, several are known to have ties to the group. These include Peter Princely.
Thank you.
A week earlier, he had been announced as a vice chair of LFI, something he had not mentioned the previous day at a parliamentary committee hearing on the policing of Israeli football team Maccabi Tel Aviv.
Before we start, there are some declarations of interest. I will declare that I am an officer and member of the Conservative Friends of Israel. Peter?
And I'm a Jewish Labour MP.
Princely has already been reprimanded once by Parliament's watchdog for failing to properly declare a £2,600 LFI trip to Israel in May, when he met President Herzog at the height of the genocide. We also saw Damien Egan, the Labour MP for Bristol North East, who went on a £2,400 LFI trip to Israel in 2024. And this is Danny Beales, the MP for Uxbridge, who went on a £2,200 LFI trip to Israel shortly before the war. Here's Neil Coyle, the MP for Bermondsey,
who was named as a parliamentary supporter of LFI on their website before they took the list down ahead of the 2024 election. And this appears to be Matt Tremaine, the MP for Watford. He was asked to comment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, 400 guests had arrived for lunch, showing their still strong support for Israel, even after everything that's happened in Gaza. Guests included some of Britain's most senior politicians, including Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy and Chancellor Rachel Reeves.
We must not tacitly accept the distortion that Zionism is something that has to be apologised for, or worse yet, a label to be surrendered to conspiracy theorists and anti-Semites. That progressive friends of Israel, whatever their criticism of particular governments, must be willing to say unapologetically, I am a Zionist.
You heard it here, folks. She supports a fucking ethno-national state. Rachel, you're a ghoul.
Other influential figures we think entered the hotel included a member of Labour's National Executive Committee and former advisors to Gordon Brown and Tom Watson. Another LFI supporter, Lord Turnberg, seemed to be coming for lunch too, followed by undercover police and other officers. So we think the police have all rushed inside the building, and we think that some protesters might have staged a demo inside. We thought they were going to do one outside. Oh, here, okay, people are being led out now.
If you reach out to Dan McLeith through my Discord, Natok, he braves the hellscape, the hell site for me, and gets stuff and posts it into my Discord. He might be able to find stuff for you. And if it's anything of interest that he thinks I might be interested in showing on stream, he usually posts it into my Discord anyway, and I can bring it up. I'll go on to that one next, Fuzzmuzz. Thank you.
So as police, you're meant to protect the public. Yeah. You're pushing people into a bike lane here. They could be standing safely here. We could be standing safely talking to people. Surely there's a public byway here, right of access, even if it's privately owned.
Good question, Fuzzmuzz. Good question.
Because you're pushing us into this dangerous bus lane here. So because the police have been pushing people off the plaza, an elderly lady has just fallen off the curb here into the bike lane.
All their crimes in your name.
After we finished filming, I emailed LFI so they had another chance to respond. The group said it complies with relevant transparency standards and does not receive funding from the Israeli government, but it did not clarify who its main funders were, claiming it could put them at risk. It even suggested that it was anti-Semitic for journalists to ask them such questions. We put their allegation to leading Israeli historian Avi Shleim.
Using anti-Semitism as a weapon to silence criticisms of Israel. This is an extremely dangerous phenomenon because Israel is a state, Zionism is the official ideology of that state. Anti-Semitism is the hatred of Jews because they are Jews. Anti-Zionism has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. And I have to say that the Israel lobby has been extremely successful in imposing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in this country, on the universities, on local authorities, and it's utterly deplorable weaponizing anti-Semitism to attack freedom of speech.
Yes, I know I'm live. Thank you. Okay. Getting to see behind the scenes. Where are we? Wanna laugh? Go. Your number 7's correct. Scots aren't daft. Sarwar outperforms Swinny. Give me a break. Oh my god. What an idiot. Yeah, we're no daft. You do know that Reform are polling better than News, which is terrifying, really. You're currently 3rd in the polls. 3rd. And sometimes... George Folks, you're a fucking idiot. Then campaign. Feel free to at my door. Sure. Oh god, I forgot I put that in there. Yeah. Rejoice, comrades, the main mod. Hi, Shanna, darling. I'm exhausted. How ancient a sofa. You just sit back and relax, my dear. Okay?
The die-hard base of the Islamic Republic is probably like 20% of the population.
2 minutes.
Maybe 20, 30%. And the die-hard opponents arguably are bigger than they have been. And maybe you can, it's a very polarized society, and arguably they are probably 20 to 30% too. These are my speculations that I would argue are informed speculations, but regardless for the purpose of this. But I think, there's this middle of Iranian society that what direction they go in, this 50 to 60% that is deeply discontent as well, but that is worried about taking to the streets, instability. The record of Iran in the modern era has been a concern, something that worries many people to return to conditions of war and strife and all of that. So I think, the part of the government's game in Pezeshkian has been to, as a prelude to harsh crackdown, be like, we allowed some protests. We were, they became riots, quote unquote. They were violent. But regardless, I think, it remains, we'll have to see how it plays out. I think ultimately it's going to depend on where a critical mass of Iranians go. Like if the government represses harshly, intimidates, people from coming into the streets, and the calculation for that critical mass, that middle chunk of Iranian society, is to stay at home and not take to the streets. I think similar to past protest cycles, it'll fizzle out under this repression, but yet the state is still going to be in this very, very weakened state with no real good options, and probably more protests coming or lasting in some capacity over time. Or if a critical mass of people do decide to take to the streets, they've had enough, and then we can might move into a full-blown uprising, revolutionary moment. I think obviously we can't say with certainty as of now, but that's kind of just my lay of the landscape.
911, my house is on fire. Hello, valued customer. My name is Valaise, your AI assistant. To continue, please state your name and member number. Aunt Ruth, what member number? My house is on fire. We're happy to inform you that all services are now handled by Fire and Rescue Trump Incorporated. FARTI requires a member number to ensure fair distribution of services for those who qualify. Qualify? Well, how do I qualify? I'm human. Ah, you are asking about our bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and Epstein plans. No, what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I need the fire brigade immediately. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. It sounds like you are interested in our bronze plan. Talk to an operator. Give me a human. Our bronze plan is the least expensive, a 600% cost savings of traditional fire tax department dollars. This offering ensures an autonomous drone be sent to your home, where it will assess the state of the fire. And then what? FARTI will notify you with an estimate cost for a fire team. After securing your down payment, you can expect service to your in-coverage location within 3 weeks. 3 weeks? I'm gonna die in 30 seconds! You can then choose from a list of pre-approved fire departments to address your issue. Our wait times are the shortest in the world, often in as little as 9 weeks. Screw this! I'm getting out of here myself! It sounds like you might be interested in our gold plan, which includes the option for rescue service add-ons, like AI-assisted escape advice, or the platinum offering of a trampoline placed under a window. Out of morbid curiosity, what comes with the Epstein plan? An elementary school will put out your fire in a gold... You know what? I don't want to know. Goodbye, cruel world.
I thought they would actually negotiate, yeah. So I genuinely thought they would have negotiated by now. If not negotiate, at least some of the demands in terms of fair trial, mistreatment of prisoners and stuff, but it seems that they're just waiting for one of us to pass away.
And Cameron, people are really worried about your health. It's been, 2 months now that you haven't eaten for?
Today I went through a period, about 10 seconds where I was twitching, but then after I was I could basically just go out right now and just collapse.
2 Palestine activists could die in British prisons in the next few days if the government don't listen to their demands. That's because they've been on hunger strike for over 2 months in protest at their conditions.
So they've got concerns that he can go into a sudden cardiac arrest. And I think hearing that, it really, the fear of him passing away was always there, but that made that fear that much more closer. None of the charges continuously make sense, and so we have to question why that is. And it was the state's way to repress what they were saying. So a lot of these demands in terms of the right to a fair trial is to challenge the political and foreign interference. The immediate bail is because it doesn't make sense why they're in remand for this long period. They've been in prison for, some of them will be up to 18 months before their actual trial.
Hey everyone, Matt Brunig here. A lot of commenters have been asking me to do some videos about philosophical topics. Way back in the day when I first started writing online, I used to write almost exclusively about philosophy, though in the last, 7-8 years, I really have written very, very little about it. Nonetheless, I'm on a new platform, so maybe if I recycled some of my own philosophical content in video form, that could be interesting to people. So, to start my first philosophical video, I thought it would be worthwhile jumping into what I think of as the most common real life, like real human beings, not philosophers or intellectuals, but real life human beings that you run into, the most common objection people have to socialist economies, to the welfare state, to what we call redistribution, right? To creating an equal society. What's the most common thing you hear from real life people when you talk about that? And
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for showing me that George Folks tweet, though. That was delightful. The man is mental. Number 7 was the most accurate one. Yes, Scots aren't daft. Nah. For those of you who don't know, daft means idiotic, stupid, mental. You take your pick. It's daft. People get called the dafties. I have been called a dafty. Thank you, Helena, for this one. Yes, of course, Fuzzmas. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Support the hunger strikers. And tell your MP to get bent. Catch you later, Fuzzmas.
I would say the most common thing you hear is an invocation of what in philosophical writing we would call a principle of just desserts. So I'm not going to... so just desserts is basically the idea that, hey, well, let me put it in real life terms. People say, hey, I worked for that. That's mine. I worked for it. I earned it. Shame on you for taking it away from me and giving it to someone else. It's this concept of makers versus takers, right? People who produce things versus people who take things without producing them, and so on and so forth. And the basic idea of this...
Capitalists!
Though it doesn't, get fully articulated this way, obviously, when you're talking to a real-life person who's just kind of trying to work through their philosophical intuitions as opposed to, writing an elegant theory, is there's the idea that, people should get what they put in, right? If we think of socialism as the old Marxist slogan, from each according to their ability to each according to their need, the idea of labor desert is that from each according to their labor to each according to their labor, right? Whatever you produce with your work, you should get back to you. And if other people produce less than that, then they should get less than that. If other people produce more than that, then they should get more to you, right? So it's a pitch for what Nozick would call a patterned distribution, right, where the pattern of the distribution of resources, especially like consumptive resources in society, you pattern that distribution to match underlying work effort and underlying productivity, right? So the most productive person gets the most amount of stuff, the least productive person gets the least amount of stuff, and we follow that pattern up and down the distribution of productivity, right? And there's a reason why this does not tend to be what you see in intellectual arguments against egalitarianism or socialism or the welfare state or redistribution or whatever. And that is that this argument is very, very untenable. It's the weakest argument by far, even though it is the most prevalent argument among society. So that is a kind of an interesting phenomenon, I suppose.
Yeah.
But let me walk you through the problems with this argument, which are tremendous, to say the least. So, for starters, here I've put up a little flow chart, similar, as you can see, to the flow chart technology I was using in my piece about Karl Marx and shareholder, or rather, Karl Marx and joint stock companies.
Excuse me.
But This is essentially a depiction of what is called the production function, or sometimes called the neoclassical production function, though there are different kinds of production functions. But the basic idea here is, in an economy, you have, roughly speaking, 4 inputs. This is how people talk about it. We can get into some alternative depictions of this, but you have, roughly speaking, 4 inputs that go into production, right? So you have nature, which is natural resources. Sometimes, actually, I would say typically, this is called land. But I think land is not a good term for it, because they don't just mean land. They also mean anything that you get from nature. You know, when you're harvesting trees, or you're you're mining stuff out of the land, I guess technically. But it's any kind of natural resources, anything you kind of extract from nature and you put into a product, that is an input into production, right? Number 2 is technology. And technology is in quotes here because it's a little bit wishy-washy. This factor is frequently called total factor productivity, or sometimes it's called multi-factor productivity. It is, in statistical terms, the residual after you've counted for nature, after you've...
So, take thing out of ground, or cut down tree, or harvest thing. You use this technology, cotton gin, fucking thresh machine, whatever, bloody loom, or start back in the Industrial Revolution, fucking steam engine, whatever, to change it from one thing to another, essentially, or to use that up as a resource. So coal, dig coal, put it in, burn it, make steam engine, blah blah blah. So yeah, technology is a bit of a, yeah, it is kind of wishy-washy. It's the best, is it the best word? We use it in place of what it really is. I like it, I usually call it multi-factor productivity, which is basically using an engine of some description, a machine, with the help of labour. Yeah, they could be, that's a mixture of nature and technology. So yeah, using like tide, or wind, or fiery yellow orb to give us the energy to run many things. Capital's obviously the money you need to start the business.
Counted for capital, and after you've counted for labor, this is just everything else. So it's really everything that cannot be explained by one of these 3 factors. And I think generally people will chalk this up to technology, or sometimes you'll hear technology and knowledge. But it's that kind of thing, these immaterial innovation in ideas and productive processes, things like that, that can make you more productive even without increasing the amount of work you do, without increasing the amount of natural resources you extract, or increasing the amount of capital that you put into it. Just becoming more innovative in the way that you produce can increase output. And then next we have capital. Now sometimes people will combine nature and capital together and you'll just have capital. So, you know, there'll be essentially 2 factors of production, 2 inputs. You have capital and labor, and then capital includes the idea of nature. And then usually only many, many years later does someone come in and say, actually, there's a 3rd one, or at least, or a 4th one, which is technology. But anyways, capital in this telling is going to be things like machines and factories and buildings and infrastructure, these things that we produce with labor and nature, right? Like a machine, a robot that you use in a car factory was produced with natural inputs and labor inputs. But those labor and nature inputs create this robot, and then that robot becomes an input into another productive process, right? So and some people fight this, but we give it its own factor of production. even though it is actually itself a product of labor and nature. Like, you can see where the socialists go with this. They say, hey, don't call capital a separate factor of production. That's just allowing the capitalists to put their foot in the door and say we are owed something. What capital goods are created by labor and nature. A capitalist doesn't create them. There's nothing else going on here than labor and nature. But this is how it's typically presented, and I'm not trying to fight that fight right now for the purposes of this video. So the last input here is labor. That's the most obvious one. That's, in fact, the people who invoke this. They seem to think it's all labor. Invoke just desserts, right? The idea that I work, I should earn what I work, and I should, get what I produce. Labor. People go out and they do stuff, right? You mix all this stuff together in various forms, and you get output, which are goods and services in society. Pretty simple, right? And I didn't invent this, obviously. This is very standard textbook production function stuff you'll get if you take a macroeconomics course in college or maybe even high school. You're going to get this. The first person I think is the first person who ever stated it precisely this way, but I might be wrong. You never know. Maybe someone came before him. The first person I think who ever stated it this way was John Stuart Mill. In his book, Principles of Political Economy, we see right here in chapter 7, section 1, he has this to say. We have seen that the essential requisites of production are 3: labor, capital, and natural agents. The term capital includes all external and physical requisites which are product of labor. The term natural agents, all those which are not. The increase in production, therefore, depends on the properties of these 3 elements. It is a result of the increase of either the elements themselves or of their productiveness. This is kind of a key thing that I think he might be the first one to state very clear. Now, it's interesting. He's saying there's 3 elements of production, but then he adds really a 4th one, which is the productiveness of those 3 elements together. That gets us this prong right here, technology, or what's sometimes called total factor productivity or multi-factor productivity. All right, so you get the basic gist here. We got 4 inputs in, and we got these outputs out. Now, if you are someone who thinks, hey, people should get what they produce, right? People should get what they earn, right? Whatever you make, whatever you contribute to the output of the economy, that's what you should get paid back. If that's your view, and that therefore redistribution and the welfare state and socialism and egalitarianism is all misguided. It's all essentially a form of theft. You're stealing from the makers, the people who actually produce the stuff. You're stealing from them because you're taking something from them that they produce, okay? So under that view, the idea here is that these inputs create this output, but then also the distribution of this output should basically flow back this way, right? And this is how, in a very rough sense, how it's supposed to work, right? Now, of course, these are just all the inputs together. Within labor, of course, you have in the United States over 150 million workers. So you have over 150 million different laborers. And capital, of course, we've got hundreds of millions of different machines and little units of capital and technology. Like, all these things can be broken up into tons and tons and tons of little pieces. Here we've just broken them up into 4 and aggregated these broad groups together. But basically, these inputs create these outputs, and then in a capitalist system, in theory, whatever contribution each input had to the output is also how much that input gets paid. That's its distributive share. And the desertists are supposed to love this, but here's the problem. If you're someone who thinks each person should get that which they produce, let's go right down the list here. Nature. Let's start with nature. That's a big input. Everything you consume that has any kind of physical characteristics in it has nature.
Solar powered ice cream. Well, if you set it up, what do you need to make ice cream? So that's basically dairy and sugar and flavourings of whatever type fruit if you want. Chocolate's mine. And mint. You could use the solar power. Use the solar panels. You can place them wherever. And you can use that to power your ice cream making machine. And trust me, there obviously you've got massive industry, kind of, that produces hundreds of millions of different types of ice cream bars, tubs of ice cream. So yeah, you could use solar power to power your factory. Do we have much solar? I'm not sure. Got lots of wind. We should be doing more. We should be doing tidal. Tidal. I will scream endlessly into the void to do tidal. Will I be listened to? Getting listened to within the Scottish Greens, though. Some people do agree with me about doing more tidal. It's great to be heard.
Contained inside of it. This computer has nature contained inside of it. All sorts of metals and stuff were mined to produce this stuff. The glass, there's sand, there's all this stuff is made of material, and that material had to come from nature. But nobody produces nature. Nobody produces nature. I don't produce land. You don't produce land. I don't produce coal, rare earth metals. You don't produce coal or rare earth metals. You don't produce gas. You don't produce oil. You don't produce waves that produce hydroelectricity. You don't produce the sun, which powers my home because of my solar panels. I don't produce it either. All of these basic resources that are coming from nature are unproduced. In fact, in national accounting, these inputs are usually called non-produced assets. No one produces them. But if no one produces them, then how can you get paid for them? If you are someone who believes you should get what you produce, then no one is owed the amount of production, the share of production that's coming from nature. No one is owed it, right? And you could kind of go one of two ways with this observation. The first way you could go with this observation is to say, since all physical objects include natural inputs that nobody produced, then nobody can own any physical objects, right? Because there's pieces of that object that you didn't produce. Not that you didn't produce it, nobody produced them. They're completely unproduced, so nobody ever had a legitimate claim to them, right? That would be kind of the extreme version, is to say, look, every physical thing you have is infected with this input that no one has any rightful claim over because no one actually worked to produce it. It just came to us from nature, right? That's the kind of extreme version. The less extreme version of it is to say there is at least some portion of everything you own that does not belong to you. That does not belong to anyone. That just comes from nature. And so that portion, how do you distribute that according to productivity, according to labor, according to how much I contribute? You can't. So at least this, I want to say at least because you could go a number of ways with it, but it seems like at least this has to belong to everyone, right? At least this has to belong to everyone, right? And people will fight over how much of the output we can attribute to nature. It's kind of an absurd fight, of course, because if you remove nature from the inputs, everything else collapses and we all die, right? So, like in some sense, nature is necessary for all of it. But how much would we say? 10%, 20%, 30% of all output is attributable in some sense to a natural input. And it's important to say nature here also is going to include one of our most devilish problems these days, which is land rent. And in fact, if people are familiar with Henry George, he proposed taxing land rent at 100% in order to bring land rent into public control so that we could all benefit from it, blah, 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 blah. But if you live in a center city, anywhere in especially the developed world, you've seen rents escalate and escalate and escalate and escalate. And what's happening is the land, the space in that city is becoming way, way, way more valuable. And the people who happen to own it are generating massive amounts of return from owning that space. And that space, they didn't make that space, right? They didn't. Nobody that I know of made the land in Manhattan, right? Or the space in Manhattan, because it's not just the land as in the physical, like little piece, but also the space, the vertical space up and down in Manhattan. Nobody made that space. Yet that space is extremely valuable, and whoever happens to own it gets a huge share of the output of our economy. And this is something that's been known for a long time, right? From the very beginning, people broke up inputs this way. Technology didn't come till later. They broke up these inputs this way with nature, capital, and labor, and they said this nature bit is basically theft, right? Anyone who's getting money from nature, right, because they're selling some mineral rights that they have or because they're renting some land that they have, that's basically theft, right? And in fact, we see here this quote from Adam Smith. This is from his book, Wealth of Nations, Book 1, Chapter 6, famous quote of his. As soon as the land of any country has become private property, the landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they have never sowed and demand a rent even for its natural produce. Reap where they have not sowed. Get income without working. Right? They didn't earn this. They didn't produce
I knew
the
that
land,
quote was coming.
but they demand a rent even for its natural produce. What kinds of produce? The wood of the forest, the grass of the field, and all the fruits of the earth, which, when land was in common, cost the laborer only the trouble of gathering them, come even to him to have an additional price fixed upon them. He must then pay for the license to gather them, and must give up to the landlord a portion of what his labor either collects or produces. This portion, or what comes to the same thing, the price of this portion, constitutes the rent of the land, and in the price of the greater part of the commodity makes a third component part, the other two parts being labor and capital, right? So there's your first problem. This input, it doesn't fit with labor desert. There's no way to bring it into a theory of deservingness based upon how much you contribute with your work, right? Okay, let's move on to factor number 2, technology. Now, as I mentioned at the top, this doesn't come in as a separate factor of production. I say until John Stuart Mill mentioned it kind of in passing in that book. But I think formally it really became a thing that people appreciated in the middle of the 20th century. Robert Solow wrote a paper. I probably should have popped that up in the tabs there. He wrote a paper. I forgot what it was called. I think it was in the 1950s. Where he says, look, we can bring in this other factor of technology. And in fact, if you go now look back into the history of our accounts, what we find is that it is growth in technology that's pretty much driving everything, right? It's not that we are adding some additional natural inputs. We are adding some additional capital inputs. And we are adding additional labor inputs. But even once we've accounted for all of these new inputs, right, more land, more labor, more capital, even as we've kind of just stacked those up, if we then go look over here at output, we find that output far exceeds, or I should say the growth in our output far exceeds the growth in the inputs of nature, capital, and labor, right? And that excess has to be explained by technology. It has to be explained by this other factor, which is causing these inputs to become more productive, right? So we can squeeze more out of them. Not add more, but squeeze more out of what we already have. And it's technology that drives that. And here's actually a fun paper from the, I tried to look at some papers. There's a lot of papers that try to figure out essentially what does technology look like in how much of historical growth has been driven by technology as opposed to increasing capital, increasing labor, and that kind of thing. This is all Robert Shackleton at the CBO. And this, again, like I said, there are dozens and dozens of these papers. And in some ways, these papers are all kind of silly because people are really trying to prove definitively how much is going to each factor, and really it's almost like a conceptually impossible thing to do. But nonetheless, here we have this little intro, right? Economists have long found that they can explain only a portion of economic growth by the growth of inputs to production, such as the number of hours worked or the amount of capital used. The unexplained or residual portion, which presumably reflects advances in production technologies and processes, is conventionally attributed to all of the production factors together and is referred to as total factor productivity growth. Over the past century or more, this is for the U.S., Gains in TFP have accounted for well over half the growth in measured U.S. labor productivity, output per hour of work. That is, they have contributed more to the measured growth of labor productivity than has the growth in the amount of capital per worker, and they are likely to be critical for future economic growth as well. So over the last century, he's talking about 100 years or more, it is technological developments that is causing us to produce more and more and more and more stuff. And the paper is actually neat because there's like a little historical narrative in here as well about what are the technologies we're talking about, right? So railroads and telegraphs before the 1870s. Then we get electromagnetism, electricity, internal combustion engines. We get chemical innovations, on and on here. Electricity, like I said, in petrochemicals, especially fertilizers for agricultures, telephones, radios, television. All of these things are increases in technology, and they allow us to produce more goods and services, right? But now here's the question. Who should get the increment of the total output that is attributable to technology? We already went through nature. Nobody produces nature. So nobody is entitled to the product of nature. Technology is a little bit different because people produce technology. There are human beings who sit down and they come up with these new technologies, right? Electricity innovations were big, Tesla was big on electricity innovations. The phone, Alexander Graham Bell, right? You can go down the line, right? And in fact, these are recent innovations. Let's go back.
Essentially a Scottish ancestry, but Canadian. Possibly borrowed his ideas. He's a eugenicist as well. Alexander Graham Bell was a fucking monster. The Canadians can have him.
All of these innovations sort of stand on the shoulders of the innovations that came before us. Who invented algebra? Right? I think that was that came out of the Middle East or something like that. Who invented geometry? Wasn't that those were the Greeks or something, right? All of this math had to be invented over the years. Calculus had to be invented. All sorts of developments in physics and material science. All of these things, these innovations, they had to be invented, and there were real people who sat down and worked them out. But here's the problem. Those people are dead. Those people don't exist anymore. Right? So you could make a claim that would say, hey, whoever invented electricity, if you can even describe a person as being like the singular inventor of electricity, whoever invented electricity, he is owed so much, right? I mean, look how much productivity that invention created. But he's not alive anymore. Those people don't exist anymore. All of the technology and knowledge that runs our economy and that accounts for the vast majority of what we produce was created by people who are dead. So who then is owed that part of the national output, right? If we put all the output in one bucket, right? And the first thing we do is we cut off a slice and we say that slice is from nature. That part of the bucket of all the stuff we produce, that came from nature. Well, no one's owed that. Then we have this other slice. This slice is actually the biggest slice, right? Maybe 50, 60, 70% of the bucket. We go, that came from technological innovations, people who figured out how to be more productive using special techniques and math and all this kind of stuff. We take that part of the bucket. Now we ask ourselves, who's owed that? Who should get that 50 to 60% of the goods and services we produce each year? Who? Who should get it? The people who create the innovations are dead. No one alive has a rightful claim to that based on their own contribution. You didn't invent electricity. You didn't invent algebra. You didn't invent calculus. You didn't invent any of these things that are the basis for the massive output that we produce each year. You didn't invent any of that. And if we sucked all that out of the economy and said, nope, you're not allowed to use any knowledge or innovation that someone else came up with, there would be basically nothing left. Right? So What do we do there? I don't know. Labor desert has no explanation for this. Okay. Now let's move to factor number 3, capital. Now I've already discussed that the socialists will say capital is just nature and labor. It's an output of prior combinations of nature and labor. It shouldn't be treated any differently. But let's treat it differently. Okay. And let's ask ourselves a few things, right? Capital, what's unique about capital is that the people who own it, they receive income without working. That is what makes capital capital, right? You own some capital good, and then you're effectively able to rent it out. Now, these things are mediated these days through companies, and people generally would think about owning capital as owning financial assets. But at the end of the day, right, there are real physical assets that operate in the world. And in fact, the financial assets are even more like just money without working, without having to do anything or produce anything, right? But what it is to get a capital return, whether that's interest, rent, dividend, what it is to get a return on those things is precisely to get money without working. So if you're going to say, hey, I worked for this, I worked for this, I worked for this, and then hold up a dividend check that you got in the mail because you own shares of some companies and tell me you did not work for that. You did not work for that, right? A paycheck, oh, okay, maybe you worked for that. A dividend check, you did not. Period, end of story, right? So the labor desert kind of emphasis, right, where you deserve what you work for, completely blows up the capitalist. It says the capitalist is the biggest parasite of all. He's pulling down roughly 30% of the national income each year without working. Of course, it's not one person, it's many people, it's spread across the society, blah, 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 blah. But the whole thing. Now, again, in saying all this, there will be people who I know are going to come in the comments, Patricia, and be like, Matt, if we just took everything from capital, that, the economy would collapse and blah, blah, blah. Sure. But what I'm addressing here is the philosophical rationale for why people should get the income that they get. And if the philosophical rationale, at least among a lot of people, is that you should get what you work for. Capitalists do not get what they work for. They get what they own for. They get money based on what they own. They get money based on their wealth. They don't get money based on their work. Period, end of story. Right? Now, you can have some justification for doing that. It could be a utilitarian justification, which I'll get into later. It could be about freedom and voluntary processes and all this kind of shit. There's lots of things you could do to try to justify capital income, but you can't justify it by saying people should just get what they work for. Because capital income is not worked for by definition. The other thing is, okay, let's say you wanted to say, okay, Matt, that's just a little bit too harsh, okay? Because, yeah, sure, the return on capital is money you get for owning and investing, not money you get for working. But let's say you go out and you work and you get a paycheck and you spend half of the paycheck on food and housing, for consumption, and then you put the other half of the paycheck into investment. And then that investment generates a return. Shouldn't you, that is a return on your invested labor earnings, and the labor earnings were rightfully yours. You worked for them. And so shouldn't the return kind of be, rightfully yours as well? The answer, of course, is no. But even if the answer was yes, let's take that logic where it leads us, okay? Let's say I invest $100 from my labor earnings, and I get $5 back. And now let's say you want to come back and say that $5 should be yours, right? Because it was a return on your invested labor earnings, and the labor earnings were rightfully yours, okay? Okay, fine. So now, and in year number 2, I started with $100. In year number 2, I have $100 and $5 because I have the return, right? Now let's say I reinvest that again, okay? Now I'm getting a return not just on the $100, right? I'm getting a return on the return. That $5 that I got returned from last year, I reinvested, and now I'm getting a return on that $5, okay? Well, that $5 was not from my work, right? So even if you want to give me one step of return and say you should get one step of return because you did invest your labor earnings, that's fine, right? But then after I'm getting a return on top of return, on top of return, on top of return, also known as compound interest, That is not return on my labor earnings. That is return on stuff that I did not work for. Return on prior return. So that would need to get knocked out of your system. You'd have to tax that. And then let's go one step further. What about inheritance? Right? How much is inheritance in wealth? And here's a paper that was published a while ago that, includes a good summary of the research on this. To leave or not to leave, the distribution of bequest motives. And the only thing I find interesting about this paper is the literature review. And what we get here is, briefly he tries to say, look, the importance of bequests and other intergenerational transfers in the macroeconomy has been debated. Kotlakoff and Summers argue that as much as 46% of household wealth is accounted for by bequests, which is inheritance. And Modigliani argues that a much smaller 17% is more accurate. And he, down here at the bottom here, he talks about this paper, Davies and Shorrock. They did their own survey. They said, look, if we look at all these papers that have flown back and forth about trying to add up the amount of inheritance, which is difficult. It requires judgment calls. We don't really have good survey data for it, whatever. When you add up all the people who have tried to do this and you kind of get like a rough average, basically 34 to 45% of all wealth in the nation as presently has been inherited. Okay? So you got to knock that shit out. We want to knock that out? What is that going to involve? I don't know. Right? How can you claim that you are entitled not just to that wealth, which you did not produce, right? It's inherited. Someone else produced it. But then also from there, you're entitled to the return on inherited wealth, because then you invested and you get return on that. It's not just return on the return on your labor earnings. Now it's return on the inherited wealth that someone else had and bequests to you. That seems like pretty obviously illegitimate. In fact, so illegitimate is inherited wealth in the context of talking about getting what you deserve and why, we shouldn't have redistribution, whatever. So illegitimate is that Robert Nozick, the libertarian philosopher, late in his life, he wrote a book, I think it was called Philosophical, I don't remember the name now, but I remember reading this book. And he had an interesting take on inheritance where he says, well, look, it's kind of similar to my point about return upon return upon return. He's saying, look, if you in your life you accumulated a bunch of wealth because of your work, right? Let's say you accumulated $1 million in assets, right? We want to say, okay, if you give it to your kid when you die, your kid did not earn it, but you earned it, and surely since you earned it, you should have a right to decide how to dispose of it, right? And if that means giving it to your kid, then that means giving it to your kid. Okay. But here's the problem. What if your kid now gives that wealth to their grandkid, right? What if you go down a second generation of inheritance? And what he proposes is a 100% second generation inheritance tax. So the way it would work is, throughout your life, we would keep track of everything that you inherited. Let's say you got some money from grandma, you got some money from your dad, and whatever, right? And that all added up to $500,000, right? Then we would have attached to your name in some database somewhere that you inherited $500,000, right? And then when you die, whatever money you have in your estate, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take $500,000 off of it. So let's say you die and you have 1.2 million. Left in your estate, and you're trying to give that to your kid. Well, we go, hey, okay, you have 1.2 million in your estate, but you inherited 500 grand, so we're going to deduct that 500 grand. We're going to take that as a tax, and then you can only pass on the difference, which in this case would be 700 grand, right? So a 100% second generation inheritance tax. That's from the libertarian Robert Nozick, not from wild-eyed socialist me. So capital also doesn't work. No one produces nature. Technology is produced, but the people who produce it are dead, and yet we are massively benefiting from it. In fact, it accounts for the majority of what we produce every year. Capital is produced actually by nature and labor, but we'll put that aside. The people who own capital receive money without working. Capital itself, machines may be productive, but owning machines is not productive, right? And it's that ownership relationship that allows you to get paid just because you happen to own capital, right? And then we talk about inheritance or return, right? Okay, fuck, man. 3 of the inputs are just garbage, right? There's nothing we can really do to salvage the payments that are paid to people who own nature. We often call them landlords. From technology, we don't even make payments to technology. It's just kind of randomly shit around the economy. The payments to capital can't be justified by, well, you should keep whatever you earn because they don't work. So now we have labor. Now, labor would seem like, all right, here we go. Okay. You know, it is labor desert. It is the idea that you deserve what you labor for. So surely labor is in the clear. Surely labor is in the clear. Labor is not in the clear. Labor is in the clear, I should say, in aggregate. Though remember, what's left of labor after you've taken out nature, technology, and the return on what's left of labor really is already a very small amount. Right? You're talking about, I don't know, 20% of the national income that you can really say, hey, the workers this year went out, and that's how much we can really say is attributable to them. That's not attributable to thousands of years of accumulated technologies and innovations. That's not attributable to natural inputs, but just attributable to the labor this year. How much of the national economic pie can you even attribute to labor as a whole? 20%? 30%? So then we should be able to tax you by 80%. The rest of it should be taxable because you workers don't deserve it. They didn't produce these technologies or nature. That's all, you know, either unproduced or produced by someone who's not alive anymore. But, okay, let's not worry about how small labor's share should be. It would seem like, well, however small it is, at least they deserve it. At least they worked for it. Here becomes the problem here, okay? Sure, labor taken as a whole, you can say deserve it, but labor is not an aggregate quantity. There are people who are laborers. In fact, like I said before, over 150 million of them in the U.S., right? So how do we know how much each laborer should get, right? Let's say labor as a whole is owed 20% of the national output, you know, because the rest is attributed for up here. How much of that 20% should each of the 150 million workers get? And the idea of this, I think, is supposed to be, well, you should get what you produce, right? If you're a very productive worker, then you should get, let's say, 2 times the national average. And if you're an unproductive worker, you should get half the national average. Should be based on what you personally produced. But how do we know how much each particular worker contributed to the national output? How do we know? And I think usually when people talk about this, they like to use examples of people who are working by themselves. So Robinson Crusoe, who's on an island all by himself, like he produces, and whatever he produces, you know he produced 100% of it, right? So if you've ever seen these libertarians, they love to use examples that are like, imagine someone washed up on an island and they made a house and they did all this stuff. Wouldn't you say that belongs to them? And you know, the intuition is supposed to be like, well, yeah, I guess, you know, especially if you believe that, you know, people are entitled to their labor. Of course, does that house not include nature? Does that house not include technology that person remembered from his old society? Put that aside. We could say, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever labor was put into it was all his labor. But as soon as you add in a second worker, as soon as you start doing joint production, right, where you have a firm that has hundreds of workers, thousands of workers in it, the idea that you're going to be able to take the output that comes out of that firm and is sold to customers and be able to go, yes, that worker, he contributed exactly 0.1% of the total output, and so that's how much of the revenue he should get kicked back to him. The idea that you can do that is absurd, right? In certain settings, right, in certain stylized settings, economists will talk about the marginal productivity of labor, where they say, hey, what if you had like a very clean kind of factory system, and the factory was putting out widgets, And in this abstract scenario, you could add an hour of labor or subtract an hour of labor. And when you add an hour of labor, the total output, you produce an extra widget. And when you subtract an hour of labor, you produce one less widget. And so now we know that the marginal productivity of 1 hour of labor is one widget, right? And those are the kind of models they create to try to be like, see, you could kind of isolate what an individual worker's contribution is and therefore determine what to pay them. But in practice, production processes are far too complex to allow you to do this, right? Maybe in a factory setting designed a certain way, sure. But think about something like a restaurant, for example. You've got the people in the back of the staff who are cooking. You've got the people up front who are, doing serving work, right? Taking orders, doing that kind of stuff. You got people who come in maybe after and clean the restaurant. You got people who are doing accounting, right? Administrative tasks. How do you say, oh yes, the person who's doing the books, that person is definitely contributing, like $50,000 a year to the restaurant's revenue. If he wasn't doing the books, the revenue would collapse, or I should say the restaurant would collapse, right? If you take him out from doing the books, then you can't keep track of anything and you wouldn't be able to pay your tax, like everything would fall apart. Or even the thing, let's say you take the chef, or let's say there's one cook in the back, right? It's a small restaurant. If that cook doesn't show up to work, then the restaurant doesn't run at all. So does that mean the cook it contributes 100% of the revenue? Well, no, because if the waitress didn't show up, then also, or the waiter, or then also the revenue. You see what I'm saying? So there's no way to actually snap back and identify exactly how much each person is contributing. But here's the other rub. Even if you could very clearly say, look, if we add an hour of this kind of labor, it results in this exact amount of revenue on the back end. Even if you could do that, you still would not be able to say, that's what that worker produced, right? Because there's a difference between marginal product accounting, right? When you're as a business owner saying, as an accounting matter, when I add this worker, how much more stuff comes out at the end of my system? And saying as a kind of value distribution matter, as a matter of figuring out how much each person produced, that you can say, yes, all of that extra output was literally solely due to that worker's work, as opposed to that worker now interacting with all these other workers, and maybe they all, contribute a fraction of the new output, and then they all contribute a fraction of the output that was happening before the new worker came in. You see what I'm saying? Like the new worker could come in, and he's not just only solely working on that extra little bit of revenue. He's working on everything. So it's more like the whole value is now getting spread out among everyone else. And as a matter of accounting, as like capitalist business accounting, you can say, and then the totality of adding this guy, we get an extra unit of revenue at the end. But that doesn't mean, again, like that he literally produced every bit of that extra unit of revenue. Like there's a sort of like metaphysical element to that, which is not true. They all did. All the workers did. So you can't like really go in and identify exactly how much of the output came from each worker. It's simply not possible. The other thing is, there are a lot of things there are a lot of ways that the economy works, especially a capitalist economy, which these individuals tend to be favorable to, that just clearly push against the idea that you are getting exactly what you produce back. So a very obvious example of this is price swings, right? So you could be producing the exact same thing that you were producing last year. But if the market for that product has softened, then the price for that product will soften and your wage might go down, right? But not because you're producing any more or any less than you used to produce. You're producing exactly what you were before, the exact amount of widgets in the exact amount of factory, but now your income is lower. So how does that work? Now, I mean, I get how it works from a market perspective, but from a labor desert perspective, how can the same person be producing the exact same thing year after year after year and yet have their wage change so dramatically based on market conditions? And one very telling example of this is what's called the ball mall effect. And this is a kind of a special case of the change of price. How people can get paid more.
Oh dear God, I'm not even attempting.
Okay, so let's read about the ball mall effect. In economics, the ball mall effect also known as Baumol's cost disease, is the rise of wages in jobs that have experienced little or no increase in labor productivity in response to rising salaries in other jobs that have experienced higher productivity growth. The rise of wages in jobs without productivity gains derives from the requirement to compete for workers with jobs that have experienced productivity gains and so can naturally pay higher salaries, just as classical economics predicts. For instance, if the retail sector pays its managers low wages, they may decide to quit and get jobs in the automobile sector where wages are higher because of higher labor productivity. Thus, retail managers' salaries increase not due to labor productivity increases in the retail sector, but due to productivity and corresponding wage increases in other industries, right? And the Baumol effect, usually people talk about it in the context of healthcare and education, right? So a teacher is a good example of this. Teaching technology has not really, teachers have not become like more productive over the years, right? So if you go into a kindergarten class or whatever, you might have one teacher teaching, I don't know, 13 students, whatever it might be, right? And that teacher, you know, if you've gone and you could go talk to, 50-year-old teachers who've been doing this their whole life, they've been teaching 13 students every year for 30 straight years. Their productivity hasn't really changed. They produce 13 units of education supplied to these 13 people, but their wages are going up and up and up. Now, people will go, not our teachers, whatever. But in general, right, wages in the education sector and the health sector rise alongside wage growth in the economy generally. And the reason for that is because even though a teacher is not producing more education, right, they're still just producing 13 kids worth of education each year in the example before, in order to keep them in that classroom, you got to make sure that other sectors can't come in and poach them. Right? So in other sectors where they are having productivity gains, like in the example in the Wikipedia, they use the automobile sector. So let's say automobiles production is becoming way more efficient, and so they're able to pay their wages way more money than they used to. Well, you got to stop the teacher from just quitting and going to work in a car factory, right? And the only way to keep that teacher from quitting and going to work in a car factory or any other sector where wages are rising because of productivity growth is to pay them as much as the auto worker makes. So the teacher's wage increases because the auto worker wages increase, but the teacher's productivity did not increase at all. So if we're going back to this notion of labor productivity where we say to each according to their production, then the teacher's wages are ill-gotten. And in fact, wages across the whole economy are ill-gotten because all of the wages are being determined by like wages in other sectors and productivity gains in other sectors and productivity gains across the entire economy, right? Wage setting is not based on how much you personally produce. It's based upon this, at least partially based upon this competitive dynamic of how much people are making in other sectors. So you have, like I said before, in health and education, these are sectors where wages go up and up and up and up every year along with general economic growth, even though productivity is completely flat. So workers get more money without more productivity. And if they're getting more money without increasing their productivity, then that must mean someone else is not getting money that they should be getting, right? Because if overall output is increasing in the economy, that must be attributable to specific workers that are becoming more productive or other factors of production. And if teachers and healthcare workers are getting more money despite not becoming more productive, then that means that people who are becoming more productive are kind of like getting a raw deal, I guess, like under a labor desert model. But the point here in pointing this out is not to say, oh, these people are getting off wrong. I think the whole premise of this is silly, right? The point is just to point out that the wages are not being determined by your own individual productivity. Even when, even when you're a very productive worker, the amount you get paid is often driven by productivity gains in other sectors that you have no play in, just because of the way the competitive market dynamics play out. So how can you say, well, I should be able to keep all this because I earned it? You're doing the same work you were doing 10 years ago. Did you earn it? I don't know. Did anyone earn it? It's kind of a silly proposition. Again, why I say you will not find too many intellectual defenders of this view, though it is, I would say, the by far dominant view among regular people about, why redistribution is bad and why the welfare state is bad and why, egalitarian politics is misguided and in fact a form of theft, The other thing here is there's a kind of circularity, and this applies to all of this. So far I've gone input to input to input to input, and I've just showed you that each one of these inputs don't comport with our notion of paying each person what they produce, right? But we can also talk about the system as a whole, and there's a kind of like circularity here where the amount of money that you get out of the economy, we like to sometimes distinguish between the amount of money you get from the market and we go, that's my money, I earned that. And I've just discussed how that's not true, right? You didn't earn, like most of this money's unearned or it's kind of random in some way. I earned that. But then the amount of money I get from like government benefits, that's like a distortion on the amount I get from the market. Now the government is intervening. It's stepping in to move around the distribution. This is the amount you get from the market, that's the non-governmental amount. That's the amount that I got that we just get from trading and selling, and that makes sure you only get what you earn, right? But then you get food stamps and whatever, and that's not what you earned. That is not what, right? The problem is that the amount you get from the market is itself a function of government policy, right? And I used to describe this. I used to have a slogan I would use for this, which was that the economy is a government program. And what I mean by that is simply that the economy and the structure of the economy, including the way the markets are structured, is itself a creation of the state. And depending on decisions you make about how to shape the market, that's also going to determine how market wages and market income itself is distributed. So the government doesn't just distribute welfare income or social insurance income or transfer payments or whatever you want to call it. It's not like the government just sits over here, taxes some people, and then gives the money to others. In constructing the market itself, the government is determining how money is flowing inside the market, or at least is having a massive effect on that, right? So some good examples of this would be look at the difference between the United States and the Nordic countries. In the United States, wage setting is done on a very individualized basis. There are some unions, certainly, but for the most part, a worker and an employer, they have to reach some kind of individual agreement with one another. That's how the structure of wage setting works. If you go to a Nordic economy, the wage setting is established by worker organizations and employer organizations, right? So in the US, it's, one worker and one employer, in theory. Right now, of course, the employer is itself and oftentimes an elaborate organization that has, millions of shareholders and all this kind of stuff. But it's one employer, one worker, and they come together and they strike some wage, In practice, the employer just basically says, here's my wage, and the worker has to take it or leave it. There's not a whole lot of negotiation that goes on there. For most workers, for higher level workers maybe, but for most workers there's not a whole lot of negotiation that goes on there. But anyways, that's the US kind of like wage setting model. One employer, one worker, they strike a wage. If you go to a Nordic economy, you have employer organizations, which is all the employers in a particular sector, right? So you imagine all the grocery store companies, Kroger, Walmart, Albertsons, Trader Joe's, whatever, they come together in an organization, right? A grocery store employer organization. And then all the workers in the grocery stores, they come together in a grocery store worker organization. And so now you have an employer organization and a worker organization, and they collectively strike a deal about what the wages are going to be in that sector, right? And these are just different ways of structuring wage setting. One worker, one employer, or all in sector and all the workers in one sector reaching a collective agreement, right? And is any more like legitimate than the other in kind of philosophical sense, but they have very big the distribution of wages, right? So the gap between like the lowest paid worker in the Nordic economy, or like say the 10th labor market, has been constructed in part state. How do we say what is the legitimate one employer, one worker bargaining system, or is it a wage that you get out of an employer organization and a worker organization bargaining kind of economy? Because the wages differ dramatically, even for the exact same job, just based on how the bargaining structure is set up. So which is the true wage? Which is the wage that's my work? Is it the case that the grocery store worker in the US, who's going to get paid a lot less than the grocery store worker in, say, Sweden, Is it the case that that's the real wage and the Swedish worker is essentially stealing from other people, getting more than he deserves, or is it the reverse? And the answer is none of the above, right? Like, it's just a consequence of how you construct the labor market. There's no, here's your real, true wage. It's a policy choice. And it's a policy choice not just in establishing taxes and benefits, but also in establishing the market itself, right? So there's a kind of circularity to being like, whatever the market produces, the government shouldn't come in and then muck around with. The government's already mucked around that to make the market in the first place. The government's involved through the whole process. So you got to let the government do the thing, right? If they can set the market, they also should be able to set rules that pertain to taxes and transfers and other things that help establish the income distribution. The other places you could see stuff like this is intellectual property. So the people who make really high incomes in our society, one group of people that do this, that's nominally labor, is in entertainment and sports, which is a kind of entertainment, right? So, you know, movies, TV, sports, radio, I don't know, podcasts, YouTubers to some extent, though not me at this point. They can make tremendous amounts of income. And the reason they can make tremendous amounts of income is because of the way we have set up copyright laws in the US. You don't have to have copyright laws, and if you didn't have copyright laws, you wouldn't be able to make the kind of money you make producing content. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, I don't know, but it's still a policy decision, right? It's hard to be like, well, I earned all this money from my YouTube channel, that's really my money. And it's like, I mean, you know, in our system, because of the way IP law was established, sure, but we could weaken IP law or do away with IP law altogether, and then you wouldn't make that money. And then what? What are you owed exactly, right? That market is so heavily structured by the state, and so it's silly again to be like, that's my money. I made that money. I
haven't got to it yet, Dan. Did you post it in my Discord? Am I buffering? Sorry if I'm buffering. It seems fine to me. Refresh if that helps. I need some hydration. Carry on, Mr. Brunig.
I sang the song and then I recorded it and it went out on radio, and then so I earned a bunch of money. It's like all that is built on IP law. You get, and we saw this in the context of music, because when people started pirating music, revenue into the sector plummeted. The amount of revenue going into the music sector plummeted, and people ultimately had to take quite a bit of a haircut in the music sector because of pirating. Now they've kind of figured out to, you know, a different model with these subscriptions and that kind of thing. But even still, revenue is not what it used to be. And so we saw there in real time that the amount of money that you're able to earn is dependent on the intellectual property regime, and of course, in that case, the enforceability of the intellectual property regime, which is itself constructed by the government. So again, the amount of money you get as a worker is still conditioned by the system. It's not external to the system. Okay. So, you know, that's basically it. I mean, one last thing, and I've tried to save this to the end because I don't want this to be the big point, because a lot of people, this is the point that they will make, and I think it's a mistake to lead with this point because it's a slightly different point. Anyways, the point is this: where you wind up here, how much capital you wind up with, what nature you happen to own if you own any land or natural resources, and indeed what job you happen to get into, right? Among the 150 million of them that are out there, the one that you happen to land in is very, very luck-based. There's a lot of luck that goes into it. The reason I don't like to lead with that point is because I think it is possible for someone to say, look, I don't care what kind of luck goes into it. My point is not that there's no luck involved. My point is that wherever you wind up, you should get what you get. Some people wind up in very productive, people wind up in less productive jobs, but I don't really care about that. What I care is that each person, and we can separate of how sorted into one job or the a position someone could take. And so what I did up to this point in the video is to say, hey, let's just take that for granted. Let's just involved and end up in the economy. Let's just look at do capital distributions, do market distributions track any notion of each person getting what they produce? No, absolutely. This is nature. These guys are deads. These guys don't work. This shit's all over the map. But I do think it's a moral intuitions favor the idea that you should work for what you earn, to get what you earn, is this idea that there is like a level playing field and that people get to go out and if you work hard you can succeed, and how much you succeed is based on how hard you work. And so I think it is important to undercut that intuition a little bit and say that's not strictly true. It's not even remotely true, right? There's a lot of luck that goes into who's willing to hire you, not to mention the acquisition of skills, what colleges you get into, all sorts of life circumstances can occur, deaths of family members at inopportune times. There's a lot of shit that goes on in a person's life that's outside of their control that determines where they wind up in the economy. And I think if you're someone who is inclined to kind of say, I want people to work hard and get what they work for, I think understanding that there is so much luck involved in where you wind up, I think it does undercut the idea that, yeah, we should keep this system in place, and even if it creates horrific inequality, that's okay because everyone, had their chance and everyone wound up wherever they were supposed to based on their how hard they worked. That's not true. Hard work certainly comes into where you wind up, but there's also a shitload of luck that determines where you wind up. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Like I said, I think a dozen times now, I do not think that this viewpoint has a lot of intellectual adherence, but it is, I would say, the predominant kind of folk philosophical position, and it does not scan. Our economy does not distribute income in accordance to how much you produce. And that's one reason why you should reject efforts to pattern the distribution that way. It's impossible to pattern the distribution that way. And even if you were to try, it certainly wouldn't look anything like capitalism or market income distributions that we see in America. It wouldn't look anything like that. And so this doesn't in and of itself say, well, therefore you should be an egalitarian. Maybe you have some other intuitions. But I think it at least get you one step closer to understanding why someone might be an egalitarian, right? Even this alone, and I know I'm going a little long here, even this alone, because this is really the big one. The fact that it is accumulated technology, accumulated knowledge and innovation that we've added up over thousands and thousands of years, the fact that that is really like the main thing that drives how much we produce should kind of totally obliterate any notion of deservingness. I don't deserve to have been born at a time where all of this information and all of this innovation has already been accumulated, and therefore it's very easy to just produce massive amounts of stuff that I don't deserve that. And for someone to be like, it's okay for that it's okay that this person is poor, that kid is hungry, because I went out and I worked and I produced all this. Bull fucking shit. The vast majority of any person's paycheck is coming from technological inputs that they did not produce, and that in fact the person who produced them is fucking dead. That's the reality. And I think once you start to recognize that a little bit, it does get you down the path of being like, yeah, we should probably just try to keep things pretty equal. Like, we're all pretty lucky. We all kind of got this big gift given to us, which is this massively productive economy, which primarily comes from inputs of innovation and stuff. We kind of all got really lucky here, and so we should kind of share it and not invent these arguments about why I should get 100 times more than some other person gets, when clearly I did not contribute 100 times more than some other person contributed, because realistically I contributed almost nothing. Right? I'm like a little bit of a input at the very end of a long chain of technological development. Anyways, subscribe, like, hit the bell, do all that shit. Getting close to 3,000 subscribers. I'm going to try to do more of these. Interested in your comments, so please do leave them.
Hi there, my name's James Kelly. Welcome back to Scott Goes Pop. I am aware, as you probably are, of the remarkable first YouGov poll of 2026. It's got astonishing results, both at GB-wide level and
Oh, God, fucking bastard. Dan? Dan? Hoi hoi. Dan, are you here? Oh. Ah, there we go. No, I'm kind of stuffed up, so you see my head going down a lot. I'm trying to equal. Oh, God, sorry for having to do this. Oh, oh, that's better. Oh. Ah, it's better. Ah, there we go. Oi, oi. Ugh. 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 Oh God. Ugh. 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 So there's lots of pipes, essentially. Your sinuses, essentially. Look up a picture if you want. I wouldn't recommend it though. How this is all interconnected. That's why it's got a specialty all of its own called ENT. So all of this behind the visog, there's lots of different pipes. Mines get blocked with the stuff, like any human does, because we breathe and we expel when we have other things going on behind the face. Fuck it, money saving expert, why not? Oh, fine. Essential only. Ugh. So what I was doing there, equalising the pressure, and it moves things. The main blockages are usually between the ears and the nose and into the back of the throat. Ugh. Do not look up what goes on behind here, like what actually is in the head, and those in your sinuses and in the connections and stuff behind your nose and stuff. I believe, give me a minute. He sold it, by the way. It's someone else that owns it. So it's Abby Wilson that does. What's that? Right, there we go. If you need to go to bed, darling, on you go. No pressure to stay, obviously. Ugh. 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 God. Ugh. You don't need the advertising. So, black currant, not Ribena. Because water is boring. And I like juice. $750 this bottle is. There we go. So much cramp. Fucking hell. Scottish Finance Secretary Shona Robertson has announced a rise in some income tax thresholds, new council tax bans for high-value properties, and an increase to the Scottish Child Payment, plus more as part of the Scottish budget for 2026-27. We've rounded up the key changes and what they mean for you. The changes in Scotland come after the Chancellor shared her autumn budget in November. From April, basic and intermediate income tax thresholds will rise. In Scotland, most income tax rates and thresholds are set by the Scottish Government. They are indeed. In England, Northern Ireland and Wales, they're set by Westminster. Robertson announced today that... Oh! Hello? Oh. Oh, no. Hoi hoi? Huh. Okay, I thought someone was there. Right, Robertson announced today that basic and intermediate income tax thresholds will increase by 7.4% from April. We've highlighted the changes in bold in the table below. So right, there we go. The next time we get our universal credit, I'm going to say to Super Hubby, sod it, I want treated, and I'll get him to buy me a bottle of Ribena. Right, here we go. Your personal allowance is what you're allowed to earn before you pay income tax, $12,570 a year. Okay, the starter rate. I've set up a Google Meet. You can jump in if you like, darling. Idiosyncrasy. Because this is basically the Scottish budget I'm on to now. They're not too bad, actually. You know what, just to make sure everyone sees this, I'll just reduce the size of the chat for a minute and increase the size of that so everyone can see these bands. There we go. Can everyone see those? Maybe I can increase it a little bit. There we go. Oh! How much is it, darling? Oh, ear. Oh, fucking hell. I actually need my mirror. 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 Yep. Did I put it in here? Put it in here? Nope, mirror not in there. Oh. What done with mirror? Mirror? I've misplaced my... Oh, there it's there. Mirror. Yeah. Ouch. Fuck it. Oh, you know what I could do? We go to Morrison's for our shopping. That's where we do all our shopping, our standard groceries and stuff. We've got the Morrison's app on his phone. I can borrow it in the morning and check how much a bottle of Ribena is. Okay. Right. So you can earn more before you start paying the higher band. So this is the basic. I can't remember what one. One of these is set by the UK, but we can kind of jiggle them. That's not bad actually. Tesco, £3. Right. These two are uniquely Scottish. These two higher ones. So there we go. If you earn over 75,000 up to 125,000 and 125,140, you pay the 45%. Oh no, that's the UK one. This one is uniquely Scottish, this one here. So you pay 48%. This one, the 19% one, that's Scottish. We came up with that one. The basic, the intermediary, and the advanced are all UK ones that we can kind of... But this one, the top one, is uniquely Scottish. We're the only ones that have it up here. Everywhere else, well, that's the highest tax band, is the 45% one. And they all lost their fucking minds when we introduced this one. Stop moaning, you're only paying 3% more. The changes mean that more of your earnings will be taxed at the lower rates. Rachel Reeves could have done that. She could have fixed the thresholds. She didn't. However, it is important to note that because most of the thresholds have been frozen, you may still end up paying more tax overall for the higher bands. This is due to a process known as an economic and fiscal drag. Again, she could have fixed it. We've kind of fixed it. A little bit. Neil Winstanley, Chartered Financial Planner at investment manager Quilter Cheviot, noted that this fiscal drag effect is pulling even ordinary earners, including nurses, teachers and police officers, into paying the 42% higher tax rate. All the nurses I know, and that includes my little sister, my youngest sister, she does not earn this. She's in this band. This will be specialist nurses, mostly surgical. And stuff like specialty ones. My sister's a community nurse. She basically goes out and treats people in the community in a car in a set area up in Perthshire. Up that way. Up there. Higher higher rate taxpayers are therefore more likely to be disappointed that their household has again been left unchanged. For someone earning £50,000, that difference equates to roughly £1,500 a year extra in tax compared to the rest of the UK. We're getting good services in return. Free prescriptions, free bus travel up until the age of 21, 25. Baby box. Better dental. Free eye tests. Free eye care. You still have to pay for your glasses though. I don't know what I've done with my actual glasses, so I'll put my shades on. Oh, yeah, I didn't need them. You can go there. Oh, you need charged. Right, higher taxpayers are therefore likely to be disappointed that their threshold has again been left unchanged. For someone earning £50,000, that difference equates to roughly £1,500 a year in extra tax compared to the rest of the UK. When Stanley added, the Scottish Government has previously said it will not increase the rates at which income tax is charged, currently between 19 and 48%, or introduce any new income tax bands at the end of the Parliament. It has also committed to raising the upper thresholds on the starter and basic bands, at least in line with inflation for this period. Come on. 48. Christ's sake. Oh, that doesn't come in until 2 years. Okay. From April 2028, owners of homes worth over £1 million to pay more council tax. From 1st of April 2028, homes valued at between 1 and 2 million will fall under the new Band I, while homes over 2 million will fall under new Band J. A. Because 1 bedroom flat. Literally go like living room, kitchen through there, stupid hallway thing, bedroom through that wall, bathroom over there. 1 bedroom flat. So I'm Band A. These bands will be based upon up-to-date valuations for these properties only, with all other homes remaining in existing bands A to H, which have been the ones since council tax got brought in. Because I'm a council tenant, essentially, well, it's a housing association. Fucking hell, my foot's killing me again. Stop being a menace, left foot. It's not yet clear how much more affected households might pay. It'll be down to individual councils to set the rates. The current annual bill for a Scottish property in Band H, the top band right now, is between £3,378 and £4,082. That's per year. In November's budget, the UK government announced a similar tax on homes above 2 million or more in England, adding an extra charge for these properties on top of regular council tax payments. Robinson did not announce any changes to stamp duty, called Land and Buildings Transaction Tax, Christ almighty, in Scotland. Stamp duty on second homes and additional properties, known officially as the Additional Dwelling Supplement, increased last year but will remain the same until April next year. Starting from April, more help for families with children. From the 1st of April 2026, the Scottish Child Payment paid to families with a child less than 1 year old will rise from £27.15 a week to £28.20. It's going up by a quid. Then from 1st of April 2027, an additional payment will be made to eligible families, bringing the weekly total to £40. So £11.80. All Scottish primary schools will offer free breakfast clubs from August next year. Additional funding will be allocated to build a pilot programme introduced last year that has so far supported almost 500 breakfast clubs across Scotland. More money will be put towards before and after school activities for families most in need. The government said this follows the success of the Scottish Football Association Extra Time programme, which holds activity clubs after school during holiday periods for any children in primary. I like that. I really like that. In addition, sports activities during the summer holidays will be free for all via a scheme called Summer of Sport. The government also announced a universal Learn to Swim offer pledging to cover swimming school tuition for all primary school children in Scotland. However, no further details on these initiatives have been announced at this stage. Hi, Jonah. Finance Secretary Shona Robison says her 2026-27 budget is one which will provide for a stronger NHS and investment in Scotland's infrastructure. 2 of the 6 Scottish income tax bands will be raised by 7.4%, meaning 55% of workers in Scotland will pay less tax than if they were living elsewhere in the UK. A mansion tax similar to a plan for England will be introduced by April 2028 and be applied to properties worth more than £1 million. Robson also announced plans for a private jet tax. This is the last budget before the Holyrood elections, setting out the SNP administration intends to spend about £68 billion.
And to deliver even more for those with the least, we'll ask those with the most, the very wealthiest in our land, to contribute that little bit more. That includes the introduction by April 2028 of 2 new council tax bands for the most expensive properties in Scotland, those worth over £1 million on an up-to-date valuation. I mean, that a measure that will bring greater fairness as well as increased revenues to councils.
this pre-election budget is as predictable as it is cynical.
Yeah.
But the problem that John Swinney and Shona Robertson face today is that hard-working Scots who are
Philippe.
tired of being taxed
Hi,
to
Philippe.
hilt by the SNP simply won't wear it. It will not wash, because we know and
Let's
they
hear
know
Mr.
that
Hoy.
John Swinney has repeatedly hiked their taxes and will never do what the Scottish Conservatives would do, which is to comprehensively cut tax and...
Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. And email your MP about the hunger strikers. Good night, Davinia, my dear. I will catch you later. Carry on, Hoy, you fucking wank.
Now and into the future. And while today's change to thresholds for the basic and intermediate rates are to be welcomed, it does nothing for those people at the middle of the tax band that are paying 50% tax on the pound between £43,000 and £50,000. That is the cost of...
No, we're not. You are a liar.
the SNP.
This budget does not meet the aspirations of the people of Scotland, and it does not recognise their need for real change. What it does represent is a 19th John Swinney budget, more of the same. And everyone in Scotland knows.
The current and the previous finance ministers have both been women. It's been a while since Swinney was the finance minister. Mara, you wank.
What that means. Hundreds of thousands in pain on NHS waiting lists, a justice system past breaking point, an education system going backwards day by day. Over 10,000 kids waking up each day in temporary accommodation with no home to call their own. Scottish Labour has delivered an additional £10.3 billion for Scotland's budget, and it's only this knackered SNP government who could turn a £10.3 billion uplift into a £1.6 billion problem. The positive measures in this budget see the SNP desperately trying to fix a few of their own mistakes.
Who's next?
The devil, of course, is always in the detail, but I am glad the Scottish Government has accepted Green proposals to fund the likes of childcare expansion with tax rises on the super-rich, a mansion tax on £1 million homes and a charge on the 12,000 private jet flights taken in Scotland every year. Now, I've called on the First Minister repeatedly to deliver more support for the workers facing redundancy at Mossmorton, and I welcome that that proposal has been accepted. But the Scottish Greens and trade unions have called on that funding to be conditioned on guaranteed job interviews for the workers who are being abandoned by Exxon. So can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that the Mossmorton support grants will only go to businesses who offer those job interviews to the highly skilled workers who have just spent a Christmas wondering how they will provide for their families in 2026?
Thanks, Ross.
If we see movement on our key areas of priority, then yes, there's a conversation to be had. Fixing social care, funding our colleges, flexible
Bloody hell,
childcare,
Jamie Green.
supporting people with neurodivergence, supporting hospices, supporting small businesses and young entrepreneurs, and that every young person deserves a home of their own. So I'm pleased to see that many of the Liberal Democrat asks do feature in today's budget. But, Presiding Officer, the eyes of Scotland's business community are also on us today. And it is good to see some positive steps on rates relief that many, including us, have called for. But too many businesses, particularly in hospitality and self-catering, are still facing choppy waters ahead. So my question to the Cabinet Secretary is this: will she continue to work with me in the coming weeks to see how further targeted additional support might give more Scottish businesses that much-needed relief that they desperately need and deserve?
I can confirm that this year, while the others remain frozen, the thresholds for the basic and intermediate rates will increase by 7.4%. That is by well over twice the rate of inflation. That is an increase in these thresholds of almost 11% in 2 years. And as a result, even more people in Scotland can expect to pay less tax than if they lived in England, Northern Ireland or Wales. That's over 55% of Scots set to pay less income tax because they live in Scotland and have a government led by the SNP.
Okay, that's all I could. Here's a quick catch up on the main things we learned from the budget. Basically went over that. Shona Robertson said 55% of workers in Scotland would pay less tax than if they were living elsewhere in the UK. Yep. She said her government was committed to ending the ATM rush for a GP appointment. I've never really had to worry. I call up and get an appointment within 5 working days because obviously GP practices aren't open at the weekend. But we've got out of hours. Still pull up, aren't we? Plus there's A&E down at the Royal. She said her government was committed to ending the ATM rush for GP appointment with 36 million to begin the rollout of high street walk-in GP clinics. I like. Cabinet Secretary insisted her government provided the best cost of living support in Britain, and she detailed around 68 billion of spending plans. Cool. There will be a 15% non-domestic rates relief in 26-27 worth 138 million over 3 years for retail, hospitality and leisure. I like. Investment in railways, the ferry fleet, and nearly 200 million for dualling of the A9 in key sections of the A96. So they're up in my neck of the woods in Perthshire. Been trying to fix the A9 for the last 30 years, by the way. Probably since I've been alive, actually, come to think of it. The A9 is an absolute fucking mess in certain sections. Yeah, mansion tax, yeah, we've covered that. As well as a levy for private jets. These measures have been welcomed by the Scottish Greens. We like them. We've been promoting these for a while now. Since before I joined Scottish Greens. Businesses will benefit from a package of relief to counter a controversial property revaluation. The Liberal Democrats want to see more done for the sector. What the... Oh, shut up. I've got crud in my eye. Overall, the Conservatives called the proposals predictable and cynical, while Labour said they don't meet the people's aspirations. What, you think you know you can read our minds now, Labour? You can't. You can't. That's all from us, blah 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 blah. With last year's budget, the government extended free school breakfast clubs to thousands of primary school children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Round of applause. At that time, nearly half of Scotland's schools were already providing food before the start of lessons. Yep, my nephews. This year there's a promise to push this offer out to all primaries. Fucking amazing. Universal benefits like this are aimed at providing help not just to families struggling with the cost of living, but also those juggling work commitments, because an extra hour of supervised childcare means the option of an early school drop-off. So they might hope it's a vote winner. Parents' charity, Pregnant Then Screwed, fun, welcomed it, along with new investment in wraparound childcare. So after school finishes, there's activities provided for mostly shift workers, parents like my sister, oddly enough. I've asked her before, what do you think of wraparound? Love it, desperately need it, bloody amazing. Parents' charity, Pregnant Then Screwed, welcomed it, along with a new investment in wraparound care and increase in the Scottish Child Payment. But they said it was disappointing to see no new funding to reduce the crippling cost of child care for the majority of Scottish families. Parents in Scotland feel they are falling behind the rest of the UK when it comes to childcare support, says their head of policy, Carol Erskine. We had hoped for more from the Scottish Government in this budget to address these concerns. Oh God, Douglas Fraser. Don't do that. Last year, Audit Scotland was warning of a 4.7 billion gap between forecast expenditure and income by the end of this decade, so the next 4 years essentially. The spending review, published today alongside the budget for the next financial year, puts a new complexion on that, with some ideas of how that gap can be closed. One way of closing it is by reducing the amount of capital spend over the next 3 years. Some of the gap has been closed by changed UK and Scottish Government policy. They are not as far apart on welfare benefits as they were, though Holyrood is still on course to spend 1.1 billion more on welfare benefits and rising than it receives from the UK Treasury earmarked for that purpose. Shona Robson is aiming for 1.5 billion in efficiency savings. Ouch. Because health and social care is close to 40% of all spending. Ouch. It is required to make a large share of those savings at more than 300 million per year. Christ's sake. The record of achieving those targets is very poor, points out the Scottish Fiscal Commission. Health boards are more likely to require bailouts. Oh God. Even with those efficiency gains, the rising demands on health and social care are expected to see it get more than 1 billion from the day-to-day budget by the end of the decade. Social justice, welfare benefits, including welfare benefits, take nearly 1 billion more per year, while the plan is for local government to take a sizable real terms cut of £500 million. The Scottish Government also intends to dip into its reserve to use its limited borrowing powers, and the windfall gain from Scotland, more than 800 million raised by auctioning Crown Estate Scotland leases for the seabed. All of that profit then handed to Holyrood, okay? Using that as a plug gap in day-to-day spending is not seen as clever use of a windfall, but it's been a feature of recent years. Yeah. Oh, God. David Cowan. Okay. The reaction to the draft Scottish budget continues to come in to the BBC thick and fast. Okay. Chris Burt from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation tells Radio Scotland's Drive Time programme he is disappointed with the measures announced. I don't think this budget was bold enough to meet some of the struggles people across Scotland are facing. Choices have to be made, unfortunately. We did go through austerity, after all. Tory scum. There. Ahead of the Holyrood election in May, he wants to see a stronger grip from all the parties on these issues. He does welcome the focus on babies, with the Scottish child payment increase, which will put around $600 a year extra into the pockets of low-income families. However, it does not go far enough, he adds. Okay. Andrew Kerr. Okay. Ooh. Okay, yeah. How about some fun? Oh, yep, there it's there. I've got this game.
At the end of the world, there is a hole. And in that hole is a city. And the city is sliding into hell. Welcome to Magna Gothica Malagast. I think it's Magna Gothica. Magna Gothica? Magna Gothica? Yep. Mechanically, rules-wise, it's a skirmish war game where you have a lot more detail within your units than just en masse. And amongst them, your Necromancer. But heading into the stuff that's the flavor for the game. I'll definitely like to talk about the rules later on, but there's just... This video was because there's an itch. There's an itch. The game takes place in Anzen-Mezeran. Whoa, was that the name? The game takes place in the city of Anzen-Mezeran, built by the ones before, and built up, and up, and up, and up, and up, and up, by thousands of dead empires, a necropolis at the end of the world. And the reason people come here, and the things come out of it, is because in its very center, death is broken. In the center of the city lies the end of death. Many people wonder what it is, some obsidian throne, the heart of a god, or just a flower yet to wilt entirely. No one knows, but many, many people come to seek it. But to that benefit, within the city's territory, death is broken. After 6 days, all flesh is returned. You just wake up in one of the billions of crypts across the city. Death is such a nonchalant thing that, and even over minor disputes, people are torn to shreds. Killed, beheaded, limbs torn apart for minor discretions. But not everyone who lives here is dead, surprisingly. There's just a likelihood you're not going to be what's called alive any longer. The longer you come back, or the more you suffer from death and resurrection, the more you begin to decay. Which is not that good, becoming one of the city's many ghouls or just wandering corpses. When I mean decay, I don't just mean physically, though that's also part of it. I mean spiritually and mentally. And if you ever want to leave the city after falling under its curse, you can't. The moment anyone who's already suffered and been reborn within the city leaves it, turns to dust. With a notable exception. To everything, actually. To the dust, to the mental degradation and physical degradation. As I can't say degradation, there is an exception. A way around that. A way around the dust, the degradation. Necromancy. Found in many other places across the world, that vile act. It's quite common here. To the point that, if you're living here, it's likely you know a little bit of the dark arts, made a pact with the devil, an imp, who knows. But within the city itself, necromancers are a dime a dozen, so most people just moonlight as a necromancer. Mainly just tour guide, a shopkeep, a janitor. But you know, you might know just a little bit here and there. Mostly to keep yourself sane and alive and not taken by things in the city. But necromancers are so common, it's comical. This isn't to say necromancy being cheap doesn't mean it's not scary. I mean, yeah, in the hands of just a shopkeep that's using it to keep themselves sane and maybe animating a few things into objects. Where the real power comes in, with the real terror, and those that attempt to get into the center of the city. Those are the great houses. Members with varied origins that all exploit their gifts in different ways. We'll touch on them in a little bit, because that's partly what you assign your necromancer to. Though back in the city, its size cannot be understated. I mean, just if you've seen some of the images so far, and some more here, it's massive. Massive. The city of 1 billion dead, the dead city, the black city, the cursed city, any terrible, negative city next to it, you probably have a good name. I mean, the Southern Corpse Cistern. There's more of these. You see the size of it. Also a food stand. I love this picture. But that is the outside city. There's then the city within the city. And that city within the city is a spider web, going through the safe passages, tunnels, different routes throughout the entire megastructure that have them different pockets of civilization that is enough to fulfill massive cities in the outside world. And this is where the people live, ply their trade, look over safe routes, pilgrimages, scavengers, meat market stands. I mean, you name it. People live here. And not just on some crazed expedition, there's large populations. Nothing too glamorous, but, ramshackle town to next ramshackle town to next, occupied village. Then you walk.
Rejoice, comrades. Red Rust. Hi, Red. This is the game that I bought for myself off Itch fucking months ago. So I'm just going over this video again because I need to get Dargesh back. Where is my favourite door kicker? So I'm going to rope in Darkesh to help me.
walk over just a little bit off the beaten path and all of reality falls apart and there's hellspawn coming from all directions, even inside you. Because the city itself, the longer you walk on the interior of it, doesn't make sense. I mean, the outside is, and the safe routes that you generally follow between the different checkpoints makes sense, works, been scouted, safe routes. The deeper you go and the farther you go off the beaten path, the weirder it gets. An example terrain that's briefly brought up is an entire swamp where all the trees are the mutated bodies of sinners that never made it out of the city. Instead of reaching for sunlight and leaves, they're just reaching for heaven. So cool. Though even touching on the city and what's available and whether it's just medieval or not, who cares? I mean, have you seen the cover? It's metalhead, punk, gothic, in both terms of the gothic, punk, whatever you want. You jump from a PMC to anime Catholics. Okay. And partly due to the fact that the city itself is at the end of the world and no one can die when they stand in here, there's people from ages and ages ago and people even up to modern times. Point that there is a tram system in the city. Only one, and it's not to be trusted, but there's still a tram. It's a setting where you can have the aesthetics of witchcraft, dark arts, occultism, just making pacts with demons, alchemy, and then just modern weapons and firearms. God, I love this chart. You've got, well, first off, just the image of the character in the center, and then organs taken from someone else, other arcane foci, and then just cigarettes. It's just such a extreme level of that, goofy isn't the exact word I'm looking for, it's close, but just ridiculous. Ridiculous is the word. It's just so much metal necromancy thrown together, extremely dark things, and then a punk aesthetic thrown on top of it, in just the ridiculous scale and time. And speaking of aesthetics, and generally what you'll be finding, we have the great houses. First up, Carcass. Of all things, a PMC. Focused on range, formations, grouping up with allies, and reloading, and headshots. Overwhelming firepower. Oh, also before we move on, this is the playlist. Every faction has a playlist. If heavy metal necromancy didn't get its tone across through the aesthetic. And I mean, just look at that! It's got eyes! Next is the Gore Grinders. Which, I mean, Chainsaw Man? But all about running up rage and speed, going fast. And of course, my favorite unit, the Wave! Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I'm seeing the wave file right over there, that's not good. But fast, speed, knock them down, they get back up again. Only once. Just being mad. Just hitting things really hard. You run in, melee.
Does look spooky,
Blood
doesn't
for the
it?
blood god, skulls for the skull throne. And of course, the Gore Grinders playlist. You're keeping that in. Next up is Gargamox. Gargamox is weird. So, there is no deal with this devil, nor is it really considered still a great house in the sense of its power and influence, but it has no structure. The ability in spellcasting is just given randomly to the lowest of society, spreading plagues, disease, things that can remove flesh from bone. Damage over time. Ugh. Though I do just also want to note one of their specific units is just... It's just a horde of rats puppeting a corpse. It's got a great picture. Also, Basic Ooze has been buffed up. It's the boss version for this army. Before we move on, the Gorgamox playlist.
Alright. When I used to get my horrible... I still get them. Mine's are stress related now, so if I get to a certain level of stress, I get a blinding migraine. Cold compress, freezing cold eye mask, darkness, because you're trying to relieve the pressure that's built up in the head. Now, if it's auditory, that triggers you. Just earplugs. Mine's are visual and triggered by stress. Or if I'm really, really bunged up, you know, like with a horrible head cold, you know, stuffy and everything, it's the increasing pressure behind my eyes that gets me. I don't let the stress get to me now. I've managed to de-stress my life quite a bit. Don't get me wrong, I still feel stress, obviously. But before, I used to have like severe panic attacks and I used to bring it on. That part of my life is over. I've managed to deal with that. But I do still get them when I have a horrible head cold. Usually in spring because of the pollen and stuff. I try not. I keep my stress levels in check. That is a brilliant name for a band. Cattle Decapitation. Bring back the plague.
Gorgamak? Am I really gonna screw all these up? Gorgamax. Next is the Dead Souls, who worship the god who died. And in part of that process, and the ability to keep their powers and their themselves intact actually intact's very questionable. So they got rid of their soul. Because everyone else is here worrying about what arcs or what pacts to make because, you know, slowly degrading every time you die here, your soul's already damned because the city's falling into hell. Just get rid of it. Who needs it? Bound entirely to their physical form.
Great stream, thank you.
Also questionable, they are the Omen. They have benefits to getting units in isolation. And no, I don't mean moving them and separating them. I mean, if a unit on the enemy side is alone, they do additional things to them. Sometimes it's just more damage, sometimes it's dooming them. Alright, doom. So a lot of their abilities and spells can apply doom to an enemy or a unit. And by round 4, they just take 6 damage. Which in this system is almost a full bar of health for most things. Or is. Not to mention it can also stack other bonuses and damage with some of the other effects and abilities, but it's just... whew. And the Dead Souls playlist. The Abhorrers! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Weebnun!
Weebnun?
I mean, look at that image! Look at it! So an orthodox heretical order from outside the city made its way here. The idea, practice necromancy to fight necromancy. And then also do katana about it, I guess. There's a shuriken ability, by the way. But also, like, some cool things of, like, just look at their units, and specifically this one. The mix of biblically accurate angel and corpse. And to also summarize it, I mean, this is the portrait for the general necromancer from this house. That's Alexander Anderson. The brief mechanics-wise, there's the tag of Miracle, which, if a unit dies, they get to roll a dice and they might just come back. Difficult roll, but just have them come back. Not to mention Stance as well, which means on just certain rounds they have different abilities, or the abilities do different things. And the Abhorrers playlist. Then the Igori, made up of a bunch of either mutants, scientists, doctors... Okay, not even going through all the flavor text. Basically, have on the outside world from the city a bunch of different Frankensteins. Not the monster, the doctor. Get together, came to the city, founded this house. You know, all the unethical stuff. And it's not just in the mixing things together and make it Frankenstein, they do have that, but they also have as their units Lycan and Strigoi. It's messing with all the physical things when it relates to necromancy, including just vampirism and lycanthropy. Debatably. One of their main mechanics-wise is mutate, which they can stack up mutation tokens, which they can either expend to have do something on one of their units, or if they already have a buff or a debuff, if they would lose a buff token, they can instead spend a mutation token to keep that buff for longer. So it's just stacking buffs and debuffs all throughout your character. And the playlist. Grigori. That's it when it comes to the great houses. But here's the itch part. The itch part, and the whole reason for this video, and the reason it's an intro to and not just talking about the game itself, and just mechanics. It screams for more. It really does. Like, ridiculous, grand scale, stuff thrown in, goofy on some of the various pictures and images. But when it gets to the units themselves, there's no flavor text. It doesn't need it to run what it is. I mean, it's a, like $6.60 skirmish war game on itch. Like, you can pick it up easy. And the art itself is already well worth that, but it's just... I mean, come on, you look at some of these units and, like, more about the faction. I want to run a tabletop RPG in this. And it doesn't even necessarily be, like, its own super fleshed out setting, the world outside of it, that is. The city itself's enough of that. And it could kind of be placed in a lot of different places. I mean, in AOS, you could have it just as a city in Shaish. Or is it Shaish? 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 With Warhammer Fantasy, Nehekar somewhere. Enter another fantasy setting, fill in the blank here, then place an Anzen Mezeron within it. Because it's just the one city, you really could place it in different locations. And just... Because the Golden Masks, okay? The Golden Masks. Let alone everything else, and expanding upon the devils and some of the character figures and the... When it came to the Abhorrers, every unit outside of the Holy Body has a Golden Mask. Tells a slight story, doesn't it? They don't want to show the faces of those they're using. But that's just me insinuating. I can insinuate all day about a lot of these. But I can't. Or not, I mean I can, but it's not written there. It's just asking for it. You could put entire paragraphs with each of these. You could have it that all the Abhorrers units that are being brought with them and that they're bringing into battle are all the people that came on this crusade with them. Dead and reanimated over and over and over again, covering their face and body so you don't see the horrific things that have happened to it. But again, that's just insinuation. But the stuff that's here, it's just screaming for it. But it's not the game itself. Definitely going to want to talk about the mechanics later, and more in depth on the units and factions. But that's an intro to the world of Magna Gothica Malagast. Punk, metal, necromancy. Have a nice day.
Swagger down the street with your red lips and funky beat. You better hold your head up to the sky. I'm gonna roll with you till the day I die.
Oh, okay.
It was an audacious move by US forces in the early hours of this morning against two Venezuelan-linked tankers. Video released of the boarding of the Sophia in the Caribbean appears to show a Black Hawk helicopter lower ropes to the deck before US forces start heading towards the bridge.
Like, it's very funny to me that the line they're going with, it's audacious. Yes, this incredibly unprecedented military action against a civilian vessel that they're impounding for no reason. It's certainly audacious when America does it. Not so when, I don't know, like the Houthis do it, for example, because this is what this is, right? There is no disequivalence between the actions of the Houthis in the Red Sea and the actions of the United States in the coastal waters of Venezuela, you know? They are both as illegal as each other. At the very least, the Houthis have the excuse of saying that they're doing it because they want to interfere with Israel's genocide in Gaza, whereas this is being done in pursuant of Trump getting more oil because he wants oil and he takes it because he is the one with the military, right? Are you saying that Donald Trump is worse than the Houthis? Yes, I'm saying that Donald Trump is worse than the Houthis. But no one said that the Houthis' piracy was audacious. Yeah, this is just the level of the media now. A post-Barry Weiss CBS era of sycophancy.
The second tanker, recently renamed the Marinera, was taken in the North Atlantic with support from British forces. A photograph released via Russian media appeared to show a little bird chopper of the kind used by US Special Forces approaching the ship.
This was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president...
Caroline, this is piracy. There's international law and agreements that both our governments have signed up to. Your government are in breach of them.
Is not going to tolerate that.
I mean, tolerate the idea that people can trade freely with each other? It's a shadow tanker. It's sanctioned oil. The sanctions are economic in terms of access. You can't just grab people's stuff because you've done sanctions. Like, that's an act of war that you're engaging in there. And again, it is an act of war that's being assisted, as was pointed out just a couple of seconds ago, by the United Kingdom, against, of course, Venezuela and potentially Russia, as it's Russian-linked, the vessel itself. And this is Keir Starmer being so up Trump's arsehole. Or maybe Trump is up Keir Starmer's arsehole, playing him like a puppet, like, you know, going full Orville on Keir Starmer, in pursuant of an illegal act of piracy. This is the reality of what the military is going to be used for under the Keir Starmer administration that is totally sold us out to America. Not only are we sending troops to Ukraine, where we might actually get into direct contact with Russian forces, right? We're going to be against the interests of the electorate, dragged into direct conflict with Russia, both on the Ukrainian front and just by illegally seizing vessels at the behest of the United States, engaging in illegal piracy. Yeah, so much for Keir Starmer's pledges as trying to be the Labour leader, saying things such as, we need a humanitarian foreign policy, we'll have a Foreign Intervention Act, which means that we can only do it if there's a vote in Parliament. Yeah, where's the vote in Parliament for your...
They have to go to the House. If we want to get involved in any of this stuff happening anywhere, especially in this region, around here, they have to put it up to a vote. So them sidelining the House of Commons, delightful. You're meant to be working in our interest, not helping Donald Trump do piracy on the high seas, which is literally a crime here. Literally a crime. Still on the books. Thanks, Keir. You just really don't give a fuck about the British people, do you? Thanks.
Engaging in international piracy, Keir. He's going to get us all killed. He's going to get this country killed. Because he's too busy being subservient to Donald Trump, his master, than acting in the interests of the British people, acting with a democratic mandate, or indeed acting within the norms of international politics. International human rights lawyer Keir Starmer supports the genocide in Gaza, refuses to stand up to Donald Trump seizing other heads of state illegally, and will happily assist Donald Trump in engaging in international piracy. Keir Starmer is going to make us a pariah state because he serves Trump, and not you.
And when the Marinera was located in Iran in August. In November, it headed through the Mediterranean across the Atlantic towards Venezuela. A month later, US forces first tried to board it, but without success. It then headed north and switched off its electronic tracking locator. It was here today in the seas between Iceland and the UK that US forces successfully boarded the tanker. Moscow has condemned the boarding as a violation of international law.
Oh, look. John Healey. There's John Healey, isn't it?
I mean, it is funny that Russia are trying to play the moral high ground. I'm like, yeah, okay, Mr. Special Military Operation. Yeah, okay, invading Ukraine. Again, these people are all as bad as each other. There's a reason why the left hate Putin and hate Netanyahu and Trump. It's because these people are just totally unreasonable in terms of how they think that other countries should act when they don't act in that same way.
The Defence Secretary set out the UK's role to the Commons.
This is a sanctioned, stateless vessel which carries a long history of nefarious activity.
Our Defence Secretary, everyone. Giving comfort and aid to someone committing piracy on the high seas. Let's check, shall we? See if his majority's decent or not. Oh, John Healey. Oh, it's his birthday soon. Right honourable, my arse. Alright, so his constituency is just north of Rotherham. There we go. South Yorkshire. He has a majority of just under 7,000. What was the turnout? 49%, that's shite. So there we go. Not a great majority. And like I keep on saying, there's no such thing as a safe seat now. Oh, and look, Reformer in second. Workers' Party, fucking hell. To get your deposit back, you have to get over 5%. So the Liberal Democrats and the Workers' Party didn't get their deposit back for running in 2024. Glad the Greens did though. Finishing fourth. That's quite good growth actually. The Tories lost nearly 24%. That is a crap turnout, man. Fucking hell.
And shares close links with both Iran and Russia.
And yet, unless you're going to declare war on Iran and Russia, John, which apparently you seem to want to do so, then this is just piracy, right? This is an act of war. if it's linked to Iran and Russia. Are we going to declare war on either of these countries to be able to seize this? Again, not going to actually tell us any of these things that you're saying that it's done wrong in the justification for the seizing of this vessel. Or let me guess, Trump told you, Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth told you that this was an oil tanker that was justifiably seized. But don't you worry your pretty little bald head, John. We won't tell you why that's necessary. Just do it because you're the good little cuck country in the cuck chair. You are a good little supplicant nation, the United Kingdom, a vassal state, and therefore you will do what we tell you to do so, and you will lie to your own public about the reality of why you're doing it.
Following a request from the US, I authorised the use of UK bases and the deployment of Royal Navy and RAF assets to support the operation, including airborne surveillance and the ship Tide.
Where was the vote in the Commons? Why are you bypassing the Commons to engage in military action? Again, at the behest of what is a rogue state, a rogue actor in Trump's USA. We're going to be an international pariah state, and you know what? We would justifiably be one if this was in any way at the behest of the public. But the public don't want this. They disagree with Keir Starmer being totally in hoc to America and the Trump administration. They disagree with Trump's intervention in Venezuela outside of reform. Is this how far Keir Starmer wants to go, to appease reform voters, to essentially become Trump's bitch? Right? Trump's fleshlight? Is that the reality of how this is going to be set? Well, of course not. This is just how the Labour Party works. It is totally subsumed by American foreign policy interests, as I mentioned in my segment I uploaded this afternoon.
In Washington, there's been huge concern about the lack of congressional involvement in any decisions regarding action against Venezuela and potentially other countries.
Why are you doing this behind closed doors?
Well, there's a lot of operational details that can't be discussed publicly, obviously, for obvious reasons. As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime.
Senators brief.
That's literally what Keir Starmer is doing, just engaging in robbery at the behest of the United States. Just crazy stuff. Again, no mandate for this whatsoever. Because of course he can't put it to a vote in Parliament because he would lose it. But they have the power to act without any kind of approval, and the same way that Trump is doing without congressional approval. And it shows you don't live in a democracy anymore. We don't live in a democracy, not only because we don't get to choose how our current government makes policy, our current government doesn't get to choose how our current government makes policy, because it all gets chosen by fucking Marco Rubio. And reform voters want this. Labour voters don't want this. Conservative voters don't want this. And why is Keir Starmer doing it? Because he is owned. He's owned by the United States and has been from day one. Hence, Mr. Member of the Trilateral Commission.
On the plans in secret did not all like what they heard.
What was said in the briefing, sir?
This is an insane plan. They are talking about stealing the Venezuelan oil at gunpoint for a period of time undefined as leverage to micromanage the country.
The seizing of shadow fleet vessels is one aspect of current US policy the British government can back. As for where the US is heading in its new determination to control the Western Hemisphere, that is causing alarm in London, Europe and beyond.
Is it actually causing alarm in London? They don't seem to care. They don't seem to be alarmed enough to actually put up a fight. They don't seem alarmed enough to try and undermine what the Trump administration's doing. And instead, they're just going along with whatever Rubio, Hegseth, Miller and Trump say. This just doesn't seem to have warranted any alarm at Starmer HQ.
I mean, every single day we're in this kind of whiplash scenario, aren't we? On the one hand, here are we, operating with the Americans, with these Venezuelan oil tankers, assisting them hand in glove like we always are. On the other hand, there's James talking about the fact, once again, invading a NATO ally. Where does it leave us, do you think?
And this thing is, just how blindly they talk about it. Just how much they gloss over what's going on here. And they go, oh, well, we're working with America, hand in glove as we always are. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Rewind. Rewind one goddamn mother flipping second. Oh, that's how it always is. No, this is international piracy. Why is the government acquiescing to the Trump administration on this? Why is the idea that our foreign policy is determined in the White House by the US State Department so ingrained in not just our political class but in our media class that this isn't even questioned? The idea that this is something that should be criticised doesn't even come into the picture. It goes, oh, well, we always do this, don't we? Oh, whoa. Since when was that assumed? Since when was that assumed to be the case? Again, we are literally Americocked. We are Trumpsters. Trump cum dumpsters. I'm going to keep using the cum analogy, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that is going to give you the ick, but unfortunately, that's the only way of describing this relationship. Just totally glossed over the fact that this was an act of international piracy that we are being complicit in for no other reason other than because America asked us to, with no democratic mandate to do so from the public. Hey there, if you enjoyed the video, make sure that you like and leave a comment. That helps the video out in the algorithm. If you subscribe and ring the...
Let's see if I can do this. Oh, yeah, I forgot I was going to cover that.
I'm going to pause for a moment, guys, if that's all right, because we've got some other breaking news tonight, and this is from Westminster involving the UK government and their plans for digital ID cards. John Craig, our chief political correspondent, is with us. John, I remember not that long ago, sat on this very chair announcing that the government are going to bring in digital ID cards, mandatory for all workers. Has this now been ditched?
Looks like it. It was September. The Prime Minister made a big speech at a conference of progressives, and where he talked tough in that.
Attempt number 3. They keep on trying it, and it gets dropped. Attempt number 3. Not in their manifesto, by the way. It would never have survived a vote in the House, obviously.
Speech there. He said that you will not be able to work in the UK if you don't have a digital ID. It's as simple as that. The scheme would make it tougher to work illegally in this country, making our borders more secure. Now, he was selling it as a crackdown on illegal immigration. He said that a secure border and controlled migration are reasonable demands. And he said that it'll make it tougher to work illegally, make our borders more secure. And he talked about benefits.
Asylum seekers have no recourse to money of any description. They come here, they arrive by irregular means mostly, sometimes regular means, and they claim asylum. There's still a backlog, there's still hotels existing. They have no recourse to British money. They get a small handout It's fucking nothing. Hang on. Increase the size of my chat. Talia button. Welcome, Talia. I am Katie Marshall 4340 on YouTube. I am a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer, and we're covering that. This is the last thing I'm covering. You've arrived a bit late. I'm going to read out soon, and we're covering the fact that they're dropping for the third time. Many different governments have tried this. The dropping of ID cards. Not in their manifesto. So it would never, hopefully it would never have survived a vote in the House of Commons, because I would hope there are some decent Labour backbenchers who would have voted against this. I don't know why they keep on trying to bring it back. I really don't. We don't need ID cards. If you want to work, you have your national insurance number. And there's other proof that we can use, a thing called a passport or a driver's license. That's the proof we have, plus bank account.
And so on. But now, a U-turn. Although the government says it's still committed to the concept of ID cards. Now,
why?
The spokesman has
told Sky News, we don't need one.
We're committed to mandatory digital right to work checks. Not quite the same thing. We've always been clear. Details on the digital ID scheme will be set out following a full public consultation, which will be launched shortly. Well, not sure the Prime Minister was talking about that last September. And then the government still says digital ID will make everyday lives easier for people, ensuring public services are more personal, joined up and effective, while also remaining inclusive. Yes.
Do we know why? Why the U-turn?
Two reasons. One, a lot of public opposition. A petition to Parliament has attracted more than 3 million signatures. Political parties like the Lib Dems and Tories are dead opposed to it. You may remember, perhaps you're too young, we've been here before.
I do know.
The Blair government. Yeah. I mean, Tony Blair was a big fan of ID cards. And, of course, I remember, Kwasi, you may remember.
He quietly dropped it as well. Yeah. They keep on trying. Just give up already. We didn't need it. No.
Remember this. I think seem to remember David Cameron and Nick Clegg teaming up on this pre the 2010 election, and then the coalition government dumped them straight away. And there's fears really that the system simply won't work.
Same public outcry. They've dropped the ID cards again. Third time a government's tried this. Just give over already. We didn't need it.
It would deter older people from getting back into work, something that the government wants. And I think there's a real realisation that it's going to be a bureaucratic exercise that perhaps won't achieve those objectives that the Prime Minister was talking about back in September. Big opposition, though, in Parliament to this.
Thomas Pearson, is that his name? That's him.
The UK government has just hinted that digital IDs could be imposed on children as young as 13 years old. What was originally pitched as a system for tracking illegal migration and verifying right-to-work status might soon include teenagers. Yvette Cooper, the new Home Secretary, was asked about it directly on LBC and she didn't deny it. She said, and I quote, "Lots of 13-year-olds already do have IDs, and the department will consult on how this should be taken forward." So there it is, a quiet confirmation that consultation now means we're already doing it, and we're just pretending to ask first. 2 weeks ago, Keir Starmer unveiled plans for a nationwide digital ID system, but within a fortnight, we're already hearing talk about rolling out to 13-year-olds. That's not immigration policy, that seems like domestic surveillance to me. And this is exactly how function creep happens, where a policy introduced for one narrow purpose expands, quietly and inevitably for something far broader and far more invasive. And then one morning you wake up and your digital ID is the key to everything that you have. Your banking, your phone contract, your healthcare, your travel, your internet access, and the government, it holds the master switch. They're suggesting that giving 13-year-olds digital IDs would make it easier to verify age for social media, gaming platforms, and online content. And sure, that might sound reasonable at first glance, but this is exactly how authoritarian systems justify themselves, through moral panic and the illusion of safety. Because once that infrastructure exists, the function always expands. What starts as age verification for TikTok becomes location tracking for your own protection, and then linking ID to social media to stop misinformation, and then restricting access to accounts that spread harmful content. And then one day, the Home Office announces that it's using publicly available online data to preemptively identify potential threats to social cohesion. And then we all act shocked, even though it was written into the fine print from day one. Let's put aside ideology for just a second and talk logistics. A single hack in a centralized database could expose everyone's data, and it wouldn't even be the first time. In India, a massive 2018 data breach exposed the personal details of millions of citizens under their Aadhaar system, including addresses, fingerprints, and bank links. In Sweden, a glitch in their digital ID system temporarily locked thousands out of their bank accounts. Some even missed mortgage payments. In Estonia, one of the model nations for the digital ID system, criminals successfully cloned thousands of identities through a single security flaw. And in Myanmar, digital IDs were used by the government to track and suppress dissidents during protests and cut off internet access entirely. The pattern is always the same. Centralized data equals centralized control. And once it exists, someone will misuse it, whether that's a hacker, a hostile government, or your own. And that's what's really at stake here. Not the technology itself, but who controls it and what they're allowed to do with it. We've already seen governments of all stripes weaponize technology to silence protest, restrict dissident, and target journalists. Digital IDs for 13-year-olds isn't about the children. They're about normalizing surveillance from the moment you're old enough to log on. And once you accept that, once you hand over the data, the precedent and the power, you'll never get it back. The UK government has just hinted that digital IDs could...
Yeah, he was. The Tony Blair Institute, to be precise. Blair, can you just fuck off? Just fuck off. He's obsessed with digital technology. We do not need this. God, I despise this government so much. Fucking hell. Okay, I've been going for over 4 hours. I think I'll raid out, and I still haven't figured out how to do it on fucking YouTube yet. Let's see if I can figure it out tonight. No. Damn it. No, I still haven't figured it out yet. I've already got 5 shares. 5 likes. Nice one. Redirect. Okay, right, fine. Let's see who I can read on Twitch at least. I will figure out how to redirect on YouTube at some point. Twitch. Bye, Omaha. Ah, Bry's going. We're just going to Bry. Yeah, let's go into Bry. Read. And oh, there's Bry. Gone. It's been going for 2 hours. Right. Bry. Where are you, my lovely otter?
And then after him, I got raided into Gremlo once. After being in Gremlo's chat for like a few weeks, I got introduced to Brett and Maple, and then like from there found a ton of smaller streamers. Actually, Chuck was the one who introduced me to a lot of smaller streamers. And yeah, history from there. Then I started streaming. Because I fell in love with the community. I wanted to be more of a part of it. I don't even really hang out in Yugo's chat that much anymore, just because he often intersects with smaller streamers that I want to be giving a view to. It's not because I don't like him, I love him. It's just that like I got people like Argonian Bum and Rawi and a few others that I just and
stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine, and email your MP about the hunger strikers. And I'll catch you all later.
Oh, they've dropped compulsory digital IDs.
Yeah, I just covered it.
I know to a great extent.
Third attempt. Third attempt by a government.
Doesn't really
Third attempt.
mean anything monetarily anymore. Yo, Mad Cat, thank you so much.
Madcat79 Scoshi just raided with 2 views.